got food hanging out to dry. They've got Alpha now. Cup's half empty or half full, depending on how you see such things. And the stove is currently hot and bubbling. Yeah, there's definitely people here. Indeed. This plainest village is anything but abandoned. The villagers are trying to conceal themselves and doing a poor job, but what are we to do? Drag them out, kicking and screaming, conquer them, and then wait. I say, aren't you the ones that saved my life? It's Hildebrand! No, it's Painter Man. How did you get up here? You remembered, ever since we parted ways, I've worried for you, bound for the city as you were. I couldn't imagine we'd meet again, here of all places. How did you get up here? This is Amity, a village made up by those who survived being exiled from Yulmore. Which is why almost all the side quests here have to do with people trying to reconnect with people who have been exiled or were exiled. He took me in through a secret tunnel. Damn it, there's a secret tunnel. Whatever, we got the ladder going again. It'll be good for trade, so that's nice. And then Gulg broke away from the earth, and the ladder started moving again, and you feared whoever was coming would threaten your lives. But it's us. What's up? Oh yeah, I keep meaning to do that. Hi, PB Good Fate. Hello, Zed Slayer. Hello, Reggie. Food was good. Mashed potatoes, some chopped up chicken, jalapenos, pepper, a little bit of garlic. I owe my life. Well, you need your permission to reconnoiter the area. We need to find a way to mount Gulg. Of course, you don't need our permission, but hey, go for it. Oh, and one piece of bacon. Forgot about that. Yet another hapless soul that Alphino saved from mortal danger, I see. Some things never change. At any rate, my brother's a mind to linger. I have a mind to explore. We're going to scout. Okay. Path diverges. Let's split up. Okay. So what I was going to do, and I'd actually planned this, was I was going to backflip off the cliff edge, cut off the stream as I was plummeting, and then I was going to come up with some kind of gag from when I came back, like, oh my god, I can't believe I landed on this giant whale! And, you know... and then fly back up and continue. But it wouldn't let me jump off the cliff. I'm still upset about that. Damn it, game. Let me jump off cliffs. Titan's like, I got you, bro. Ah! I've thought about doing that, comma. Speeds up cooking time, if nothing else, period. I don't have a lot of cooking time these days, period. I mean, honestly, if I didn't have the power to commit suicide, I think I'd go completely stark raving mad. Can you imagine? Alright, so we're... let's see here. 8 quests from Mount Gulg.
You're a sight for sore eyes. I don't know about you, but I bumped into quite a few sin eaters out there.
Why is this music?
You too, then. It seems the closer we get to Mount Gulg, the more of them there are. Looks a lot bigger from here.
Oh, you've got like 40-50 minutes, Breakwin. I'm just letting everyone know.
If I were Vorthri, the first thing I'd do is surround myself with as many sin eaters as I could lay my hands on. And judging by the number we've already faced, his lordship is of the same mind. This is going to be a tough climb. But first things first. We need to determine if climbing is even an option. The more I look, the less likely it seems. Y'shtola is right to be worried. But flying may be our only choice after all.
Meanwhile, flying.
There you are. Master Alphino was afeard you had met with some misfortune.
We've only been gone for a few minutes.
Urianger. And you too, XIV. What brings you here?
I wish to observe the final struggle with my own eyes. I arrived at Bottom Rung too late to accompany you, but I was in time to join Urianger and the others. Come, let us see how this unfolds.
Yeah, testing the defenses. Let's see how their aerial forces are. They've got a couple up there. Well, we could probably fight that. That's on the ground.
Well, it seems flying is off the table.
If we have learned that much, then the Machina have served their purpose.
Ah, so that's what they were for. Wasteful, but effective.
It would seem our foe will not be reached by land or air. We must needs withdraw to consider another course. Master Alphino waiteth for us at Top Rung. Thither should we make our way.
Endless short lunches until we're caught up. Yeah, this the dungeon that we're not at yet is a mean one to wall to wall. Concerned for my health, are you? Indeed, we are a little far from the Crystarium, but rest assured this old man can muster up the wind for what is to come. Thus we all gathered. The Reen did not much enjoy the ascent. All that grinding and shaking. I was afraid the lift floor would fall out from underneath me. Don't worry, I'm sure the trembling will go away soon. Ah, such an exhilarating ride and a magnificent view. Nothing in Yulmore compares to this. Oh, don't mind us. We're just taking in the sights. Forgive us our delay. The Exarch arrived and we took some time to apprise him of our mission. Soon after you left, who should arrive in Amity but Urianger and the Exarch? I'm glad they were able to find you. I'm told you went ahead to scout the volcano. I don't suppose some grappling hooks would suffice. Didn't expect to see the Chais here. Well, it's well within their rights. Anyway, let's tackle our next obstacle. Reaching Mount Gould. 7 quests. And we have not cast the die yet for the upcoming dungeon. We've got a little bit. I mean, if we had that slingshot thing... I'm just saying. Thank you, Vigilant.
In short, there's no path, and the sky is thick with Vorthry's winged devils.
We might consider Amaro, but without extensive training, we cannot hope to contend with the Eaters. Yulmore's airship fleet, meanwhile, consists solely of transport vessels ill-suited for battle. And without the expertise of one such as Cid, we are in no position to attempt a refit.
Oh, it's so frustrating! That wretched mountain should jolly well come back down to us!
Now, dearest, we mustn't disturb these good people at their work. We've ridden the ladder, seen the sights. It's past time we took our leave.
The lady may well have the right of it. Mount Gould will not soon come down to Earth, nor can we compel it to do so. But if the mountain will not come to the land, mayhap the land may be made to come to the mountain. In the form of a talos. A talos large enough to reach out and take the volcano in its grasp.
To build such a golem would be an onerous undertaking indeed. Yet the principle seemeth sound in itself.
Boulder Dash! No one has ever made one even half that size. Leaving aside the small matter of logistics, which, by the way, would be no small matter, the design would be unimaginably complex. Though, I suppose, if its only function is to cling to the ruddy mountain, perhaps it needn't be. Solid base, firmly rooted to the ground, sacrifice mobility to simplify the construction, reducing materials required. Wait, what am I thinking? We would still need a veritable army of people to do the work. Left to the crew that helped down below, it would take decades, if not a nice round century.
So we need more hands? And what sort of things would these hands be required to do?
Well, let's see. First, we need people to procure the stone for the chassis. The rock found in the mountain would suit our purposes well enough. It'd be a simple task to quarry the stuff, but given the stupendous quantity required, we'd need all the help we can get.
We have friends amongst the miners of Armorain. I will go and petition their aid.
While you do that, I'll make for Maud Souk. I'm sure I'll be able to drum up some support.
Then I shall return to Calusia. From fishers to carpenters, Yulmore is home to all manner of talented folk. I dare say their skills will avail us.
Is there anything else you need?
Well, yes, actually. Magic. Lots of the stuff, as much as possible. To awaken a talos of this size would require an entire congregation of mages.
Many among the Knights Blessed are gifted in the arcane arts. I will recruit them to our cause.
The Fey folk, too, possess surpassing aptitude in magics. Yet they are not wont to cooperate in the endeavors of men. Leastwise, not without making all manner of mischief. That being the case, I would instead call upon the people of the Crystarium, with thy permission, Exarch.
We are at your disposal, as are our Amaro and Chocobos.
I'm sorry. You mean to tell me you can call on not only the people of Yulmore and the Crystarium, but the Knights Blessed and the Maud, and even those miners? But that's just about everyone in Ballynorvrand.
Yeah.
Who are you people? And how did you come to have so many friends?
Eh. I'm just the artist Alphino and his assistants. Or he's just the artist Alphino.
Oh, dearest, have you forgotten already? Alphino told us that when we first met.
Actually, that may not have been... never mind.
Yeah. My friends are my power.
So, as you can see, you will not want the bodies. I trust you will have your design ready in good time for their arrival. Norvrant is counting on you, heir to Daedalus Stoneworks.
This really is such a Final Fantasy solution to the problem. Alright, there's a giant boulder in the way.
As soon as we can, and we'll bring the whole world with us.
How do we deal with this giant boulder in the way? I've got an idea. Let's ram it with our airship. Oh, hang on. There's a giant in the way. What do we do? Well, let's feed him a ruby. He'll get out of the way.
I take it we will be assisting Master Chai, though I am quite sure he has everything under control.
Shall we see how we might be of service? Uh-oh. It's a monster! Don't worry. I'll take care of him. No matter the cost. Any last words? Have the design ready, she says. In good time, she says. Did you understand what's involved? Before I can even attempt to do a design or anything, I need intimate knowledge of the land, the knowledge of the locals. Last I heard, no one lives here. Wait, there's a village of Yulmorian exiles? But those people are loathing a free citizen like me. They could cooperate. This'll never work. Never! Never should have fixed that. Never should have written it. Never should have. Can't do it. It's impossible. Oh no, he's lost the plot. But he has it in him. He's the cleverest man I know. He just wants her confidence sometimes. Give him some words of encouragement. Bit of advice I learned from his mother. He responds poorly to obvious praise. You need to find a way to stoke his fires of motivation. What? I can't do it. No one can. You know, Alphino once struggled to collect firewood. He did, but he's such a capable lad, brimming with confidence. I suppose even the most capable among us have struggles to overcome. But regardless of my feelings, I can't do a damn thing without help from those villagers, and they're not going to give it. Trust us among them. You said to yourself, lest you've forgotten, we essentially sent him to his death. Even if the others don't bear a personal grudge, he'll never forgive us. You know, things aren't going to improve by themselves. You have to take the first step. I know. You can't have reconciliation without the first step. There's a chance for everyone to come together, even if they hurled stones at me. Maybe it's worth trying to apologize. But what then? In the end, it's not even a question of forgiveness. Building an enormous talos is impossible. No amount of contrition will change that. And even by some miracle, the people of Amity were willing to let bygones be bygones. They think the plan is absurd. I think the plan's absurd. You know, we liberated a castle once by flooding it. You succeeded in spite of, not because of it. Our own strategy may likewise seem absurd, but maybe it stands a better chance for it. Be that as it may, there are risks to consider. I imagine for a moment we failed to reach Valthree and only succeeded in provoking him. In his fury, he will unleash hordes of eaters. We'll all meet a horrible end. I mean, that's kind of my job. I see what you did there. That's how you went over the masses, with that impressive aura of dependability. Yeah, it's called competence. Very well, you've made your conviction clear, and I'm assured in spite of myself. I won't let my fears get the better of me. It's unseemly, if nothing else. Duty complete. Yes, I can do it. I can do it! I am all-powerful! And that's what she sees in him. Well, you know, I'd like to think that she actually does love him, but, you know, maybe not. Is that a 3-year? That is a 3-year, my goodness. Oh! Well, welcome to the 3-year club, 10-headed Hydra. And thank you very, very much for 3 years of support. Always. Much appreciated. I'll just put that anniversary bonus sub towards Overlord. Thank you. Besides, you're not the only one who has to apologize, but there's no telling what'll happen. No, I don't have what it takes. Master Chai, that you are beset with doubt is proof you can envision the task ahead. And that which you can envision, you can make reality. Thus did an old friend of mine once say. Even should it be fit for the divine, if something has been done before, then it most assuredly can be done again by our own hands. It's a little idealistic, don't you think? A little. What is man if not an idealistic creature? It is not an easy thing to achieve one's dreams. My friends can attest to that. Countless times do they meet with frustration in the course of their endeavors. None would have found fault with them if they'd given up, yet they never did. One step after the next, they forged on to their goals. And for their determination, they accomplished numerous feats that believed lay beyond the reach of mankind. Like them, you are a man of science. Amidst your doubts, surely there's a spark of desire. The desire to make the impossible possible. Darling, like the old days, I would be the first to see your talos. And you shall be, my dear. I should have none of that at my side when my greatest masterpiece awakens. The dumbest way to progress. What's the dumbest way we've progressed in a Final Fantasy game, other than what we're about to do? I actually have an answer off the top of my head, but I have to think about that for a second, because we've had some dumb ways to progress in FF games. What do we do in 10? What do we do in 13? The tiny Bronco? Yeah. Yeah. Ironically, I was going to list an example from Final Fantasy VI, because there's a point in FF6 where we progress by getting a air pump thing and going through an underwater trench from one continent to the other. You have every right to be angry, but please listen to what I have to say. I am tasked with delivering these people to Mount Gould by means of a talos of heretofore unforeseen proportions. Oh yeah, we also ride meteors as vehicles in FF5. Like I said, the FF series has always had ridiculous means of transit. It's like, really? Cooperation. After you ignored my desperate pleas, cast me out, you have the gall to ask for my cooperation? You have every right to be upset. Valthry's not the one to blame for your suffering. We are. And also Valthry. We were citizens without a care in the world, indifferent to the hardship of others. We didn't know what would become of you, and frankly, we didn't care. But we know now that what we did to you, to full many, was wrong. Terribly wrong. No words will suffice, but I want you to know we are deeply sorry. I'm not sure how I feel. Should I forgive you? Hate you? Perhaps it's not my place to judge. After all, I sought a place in your city. I wanted to be you once. But one thing is clear to me. All that's in the past. So I will cooperate you. Let's see, in FF1 we have to blow open a canal, which anybody who understands what the actual construction of the two canals in real life were, you know how ridiculous that is. We had to feed a gem to a giant. We had to raise an airship from a desert. We had to climb a tower up into what was originally supposed to be a space station. I think that's everything. Wow, what's the problem? I've been promised people to procure the stone as well as imbue magic. When I was on the spot earlier, I thought that's all we required. But I forgot about one important item. Yeah, the core. I wasn't even going to mention the time travel. Yeah, in FF3 we had to become a rat to fight a rat. Kind of. We had to shrink to fight a rat. We didn't have much ridiculousness in 2. Not really. So I'll work on the design. I'd be much obliged if you could procure the ore with which to fashion a heart. A heart suitable to bringing a talos to life that shall embrace the very thought of it. Yeah, but, okay, you're missing the point of the tone. I'm talking about literally physically transporting. Not like plot points or story beats or whatever. Just how we get from point A to point B. Like being lifted up by a giant talos up to a mountain. Because, like, in 3, we have a bunch of ridiculous stuff. Hi, Bragwin. Yeah, the aforementioned smash a airship into a rock, which happens, like, in the first hour of the game. And we do weird stuff in 4, and we do weird stuff in 5. And like I said, we do weird stuff in 6. We do weird stuff in 7. Let's see. Is there something we do weird in 8? I should just work here. I mean, yeah, a flying school is a little bit... Really? Although 8... I can't believe I'm saying this, but the gardens are banal compared to some of the other stuff I just mentioned. Like, most of the FF transit methods are just silly. A flying school at least has a degree of logic to it. It's essentially just another airship, and indeed, that is exactly the purpose it serves. Hi, it's a... dwarf. Lally-ho! I actually have that emo now. Consider. Lally-ho. That's such a dumb emo. Rousing greetings, you've clearly been practicing. And rude, now that we've observed common courtesy, hurry on what you're doing here. At the recommendation of the denizens of Amity, we've come to seek the aid of the Thalls. May we speak with Chief Zamot? Oh, well, yes, you may. I am Zamot. I bid you welcome to Tomra. It's the folk of Amity that sent you here. You must have quite a tale to tell. Now come, let's hear it. Okay. Explain. I mean, it's cute on them. It's not as cute on any other species ever. Well, I thought those below had no fight left in them. Having said all that, it's not like we know how to deal with that floating volcano and all them sin-eaters either. You're serious about restoring peace to these parts, though? Well, gladly lend you a hand. However, the kind of ore you seek's precious to us, too. If I let you have it for only a bungling up things and squander it, like no amount of ale will wash away my chagrin. First, I need to make sure you're worthy, by way of a trial most tricksy, passed down from the line of fall. And what is this trial? Come with me and I'll tell you. I wasn't going to count the compression of time thing again, for the same reason I did back in 1, but I'll give you that one. Still, 8 is still less silly than every FF prior to it, which then brings us to 9. Listen, well, as you know, we're a mining folk, and in mining life, danger's a constant companion. So when we come of age, each of us must prove our readiness to take to the mines. And we do this by undertaking a trial, which tests the 3 traits all miners can do. We call it 3D Mine Runner. Now, look at my helm. Mark its feature well. You'll be given a slingshot, which you must use to shoot dwarves that wear helms that are different. I've also made the necessary arrangements. Okay. What does that have to do with anything? But okay, you know what, that's... alright, whatever. Lollyho, you must be the challenger. 3D Mine Runner. Death to the shoe bell. For all its reaction, the creature may well be made of stone. It only stares at you, unflinching. Oh, I'm sorry. Just for you, Giga. I don't see any dwarves. Where the hell are the dwarves? Listen, I know how evil the crystal eggs are. Oh, there you are. Oh, God damn it. It really is. The dwarf tribe quests have to do with building a tank. Yes, really. I won't spoil, but that's the plot. This time they'll be using the right helm. Okay. It's a nice tank. I haven't finished that chain and do not plan to. And again! If you're entertaining the thought of knocking off my cowl, know that it will not work. Very well, then I must defeat my ancient enemy. It peers into your soul. Whatever. Similar Jorian, yeah. There's different reasons for it, obviously. It's a neat little story arc, because the initial story arc is about helping this one dwarf overcome absolutely crippling shyness. And everyone thinks that this dwarf is a freak and, you know, like, actually a miscreant, because they're so shy that, like, people will show up and they'll freak out and run away and it's like, oh god, what horrible misdeeds is that kid up to? We should go figure it out. And you slowly get him to open up and be, you know, hey, lolly ho! And everyone's like, oh, wow, they're actually cool. Cool. It's a nice little thing. Alright. Next. Quest 1, 2, 6 quests to dungeon and raid. Do you know the Colossia is rich in sulfur? Oh, well, it is. We've been mining the stuff since ancient times. Every so often, the self-same vein yields what's called Earthseed, a rare ore steeped in magic. Time was, we used to refine Earthseed for this and that, but the technique's been lost. Stuff's still out there to be had, though, if you know where to look. There's no surer bread than dwellers dwell. Problem is, the site's occupied by four our age-old rivals, the Gogs! Yeah, there's a story arc about a Gog who loves a Thal and vice versa, but they both think the other can never possibly love them. It's one of the side quests. There's never more odious lot than the Gogs. I could go on and on, but if there's homeless horsons, then we'd be here forever and that will get us nowhere. Yeah, they have a really dumb, typical fields kind of a thing going on. You know, one of those. It's a family feud for no good reason. During stream? Not that I'm aware of. Nope, we're good. You! I couldn't help but overhearing. I know the Eaters had flocked up to Mount Gold, but couldn't know why. I think the Light Warden's hiding up there. The fate of Colossia. Though the world hangs in the balance. If I can be of some help, I'd like to do my part. Ugh. Darziel is commendable, lad, but it ain't so simple. This here is... Young as he is, he's one of the village's finest miners. He's got an uncanny sense of where to dig, and his aim with a pickaxe is as true as any dwarf's. But put him in the thick of battle, he couldn't hit the side of a minecart if he was sitting in it. If he needed to do was dig, he'd be a dwarf, but he's liable to become a sin eater's breakfast before he can even manage a swing. It's true, I'm hopeless in a fight, but I want to try. Please let me go with you. Tell you what, I'll put you in this bag, and you just stay quiet until I get to mining. What? I'll take care of him. Take care of the ore. We good. See this giant scythe on my back? I'm gonna read that one out loud. We will most assuredly counter sin eaters on the way, though with you in our company they'll be more a spectacle than a concern. I am in fact a level 90 miner. He's fine, Rax, for a few seconds. Just needs to not hold his breath and we're good. The one on the left is mine? Okay. Listen, he's an old man, okay? I don't want the Crystal Exarch to overexert himself. You see him rescue him there, by the way? Funny, because those are black magic spells, but whatever. You two are really strong. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, by the way, dwarves are Lalafels. This world's Lalafels. It may interest you to know that Lore is the greatest hero on the land whence he hails. As some say... Or, sorry. Some say he is the greatest hero from the land from which he hails. Really? Oh, you must have some stories to tell, Lore. Not really. That he does. Tales to impress and inspire you in turn. By all means, have him regale you with a few hours once our work is done. I can't wait! No, listen, look, I'm a terrible storyteller, so let's not do that. Oh my god, is this the Guildest music? Because that is hysterical. You can tell it's been a while since I've done Guildests. Because, you know, they're Guildest. I don't know how much about fighting, but you two make a great team. We do. Lore is a team unto himself. I merely follow his lead. No. We make a good team, Crystal Exarch. It's like you've been doing this for years to me. Is that so? I'll take that as a compliment. Listen, standing in AoEs is just... It's his job, okay? He's a DPS. He's actually playing a black mage, so, you know, your words are most enheartening. Indeed, I feel like a young man again. Talk as if you're old. How long have you known each other, anyway? Oh, just a few weeks. However long it's been. Ah! There's more of them! Why are there so many sin eaters? This is too close to Amity for comfort. Let's finish them quickly and move on. Okay, if I must. Okay, that's fair, Reggie. If he was a squadron member, yeah, we'd have some issues over here. Hurry, this way. How much farther to the cave? Not far, it's just past this rise. I believe I see it. Again? Yeah, there's a couple out here. It appears we're surrounded. Yep, they sure are. You contributed. I feel bad, actually. Ooh-ah. Just as we're about to get there. One last push, then. Shall we, Lore? Interesting music to choose, but you know what? I'm with it. I'll accept it. Oh, they're all dead. Oh, here we go. Oh, big boy. Just rescue again. I mean, 14's remixes have always been legit, so I'm with it. Oh no, I'm very injured somehow. I have no idea, Mr. 6 quest? Whatever that actually ends up being. Nice job, XR. It was a near thing in the end. No, it wasn't. But what matters is we pulled through. Well thought. We're alive! Oh, let's hurry inside before there's more senators. Oh. 5 quests. Right, follow me, please. Take you to Dwarger's Tool, where the purest sulfur in the land may be found. As a reminder, immediately after Mount Gulg is the 8-man. So even if you don't get in for the dungeon, do please still be here because we will need 8 people. Well, need. It would be awesome to have 8 people for the Crown of the Immaculate. If the terrain and stench are any indication, we're at a tool. There! The Gogs with their ugly, unkempt beards. If they realize we're here, they'll come after us. Best to take them down first. Did you leave me out of your stupid feud? The animosity between the two clans notwithstanding, I would not resort to violence unless necessary. I'll use an enchantment that will render you invisible. It will not fool sin eaters, but it'll hide you from the eyes of men. While thus concealed, do you think you could find us the Earthseed? Aye, I'll dig up the choicest stuff there is. Hi, Michael Vania. I can see straight through me. Right, a digging we will go. Let's not be idle either. Although Kurot cannot be seen, he can still be heard. I would aid him by removing some of the Gogs from the field. To that end... Dream Powder. Yeah, we also used it in Gilmore. They're wearing fake beards over fake beards! Oh! Could you even imagine such a terrible state of affairs, Pillars of Snow? It's awful. Really. Seems our alchemist got a little carried away with the latest batch. Anyways, it's been useful in our endeavors, so I have no cause to complain. I'll make you invisible as well. Okay. Do I have... Alright. Do you really... Alright. Okay. Okay. Invisible me. Invisible me, Crystal Exarch. Like one of your invisible girls. I don't know how to make that one word. Time to call it a day. There you go. Invisible me like one of your French girls. Because we all know French girls are invisible. Listen, it makes sense, okay, Gigapudding? We all know this. It's just a thing. All work and no ale makes a something something, is what he just actually said. Or she? I don't know. They actually just said. Listen, right, listen. We all know French females are invisible. Yeah, ignore the sulfur metals around here. Back. How can you tell? It's the purest stuff there is. Think it's enough, or shall I go dig up some more? I dare say that'll suffice for our purposes. You have our gratitude. Let's carry this back to whoa, Exarch, you okay? You alright? Why not? I'll be fine. Long as I As I have been away from the Crystarium, a little weakness is to be expected. I may also have overexerted myself in the moment, to have a rare opportunity and yet unable to enjoy it in the full. Opportunity for what?
Oh, gosh, there! Oh, no. It's the purest of evil. People who have a different beard than us. You're one of the Thals! I see. Well, as our miners come back drowsy, one after the next. I immediately suspected foul play, and what should I find but a Thal scum skulking about? It's a spineless act, befitting your limp beards. What? I won't stand for that insult. Our beards are soft and luscious, like a freshly topped ale. Cog beards are dry and crusty and smell like a knocker's arse. Impudent whelp? Better a hobgoblin's nose hairs than a feeble, floppy thing that you Thals have hanging from your face.
Grr. Like oil and water. Lord, do you have any dream powder left? Yeah, let's go ahead and gotta stop to this. It's not been used to be on our way. Though something tells me we've not seen the last of their bickering. No, we kind of have. Since the dwarf quests are things we're not doing on camera, and the near quests are something we're mostly not doing on camera. Forgive me, Korut. You need to be calm as well.
Sorry, it's just, when it comes to dogs, I can't help but see red.
No need to apologize. You're just stupid.
But you have to understand how terrible their beard.
Yep. Their beards are very terrible. Yep. What? Sorry. 4 quests. Well, friend, much as I've enjoyed our time together, I think it best we split up that we might accomplish our task more swiftly. Okay. Hey, Korat. You want to fly around in a giant flying mecha? I'm just going to pretend canonically that he's in the mech. Okay. I'm actually not going to do that whole trip. That'll take forever. And we're back. There we go. Where's the quest? Did I land on them? Oh god! There you are. Okay. Really, Rex? That's actually kind of cool. Alright. But unfortunately, I do now have to ban you for mentioning Endwalker. Banning stick. Whatever. I'm just gonna have to put on the hat now. Got them all they needed. The XIV is on his way to Amity with it right now. Good to hear that young Kurat was of help. As it happens, a few others came forward while you were gone saying they wanted to do their bit as well. Given that you are building a talos, we reckon you'd be needing some mining tools, so we modified some spare pickaxes. Oh, thank you. So, there's a very simple answer to that, Ross. Do you care about getting an optional Aeon? If you care about getting an optional Aeon, then you 100%... What the heck? Why is someone on a piece of toast? You should use a guide, because there are optional things you have to do in every cloister, and that includes the first one. And if you screw that up in any of them, then you're not getting that, ever. It's locked out, it's gone. If you do not care about that, you should probably still use a guide for some of the later ones, because some of the later ones are terrible. Like, multiple negative territory. Terrible. Okay, so, let's make the rounds. There's Kaishir. Alphino came around to round us all up. It's funny, I used to be afraid of Ilmorians. Here we are. There's, I can't read that. Urvite! As if restoring the letter weren't enough, you're trying to build a giant talos. I love it! Girthil. Yeah, you'd be back for more. We've got the motivation. There's the Ardent Attendant. You remember him, right? No few free citizens wanted to help, but years of leisure meant most weren't in no condition to contribute. Instead, they send their fervent hopes for our success. Ambrose, of course. Gotta have some Vieira, obviously. There's Magnus. Just when I was thinking you had the stupidest plan known to man, I find out you've managed to drag old Chai Nuz into it. Once the job's done, I'll have to get the lazy saw to go to heckling. Oh, good to see you again. How you been keeping up? I'm okay. Where's Jerk? Oh, there you are. Hey, Jerk. A giant talos? Could such a thing be done? I'll be still in my beating heart. Ron. Worms! Get your worms! Best you'll taste this side of the Bright Cliff. Live and juicy or cured and crunchy, there's something for everyone! Oh, that's a good point, Asdamine. You're right. Because in the international version... Yeah, okay. Anyways, use a guide. At least they came looking for workers, and here I am. There's another one of them, and... Ah, Lord, you came at a good time. Look, people all over. This isn't even all of them. As we speak, volunteers Thancred and Reen are recruited. They're being escorted to the work site, and by both Crystarium and Yulmorian, no less. So as you can see, we have plenty of hands. There's just one problem. We don't have enough tools. Well, I might have a solution for that. The keks from the dwarves. Oh, trust you know exactly what we need and when we need it. Alright, what are you waiting for? Hand them out. Didn't I literally just do that? Well, Lore, in case you're wondering, Guth John is here too. Couldn't wait to start breaking rocks, though, so he's already gone ahead. Nobody's left just a spare set of tools. Yeah, there you go. Fine dwarven pickaxe. Wonderful, now we can be about it too. Quarrying isn't exactly my stock and trade, but this time I feel as though my wife will be with me, guiding in my hand. So let's make it happen. Let's build a world where everyone can live without fear. Where everyone has a place they can go home to. What the hell's a home? What are you still doing? I thought you brought your own tools. I did. I was just about to off when I saw Jerk. Who is... Oh god. If this plan works, if a giant talos comes to life... Imagine the size of the trolley it could push. Imagine it! Are you still raving on about that? How many times do I have to tell you that's not what the talos is for? Where would the tracks even go? There's bound to be some somewhere. You just need a little imagination. Seeing as the stonework's involved, maybe we could have a trolley added to the design. Enough! We're going to work. If I hear about more trolleys from you, you're going to be pushing one yourself. Okay, God. I mean, that might actually not be a terrible idea, Rax, although that talos wouldn't last more than like an hour. That nonsense. Have some tools. Pickaxes. Loads of them. Now we all may work to our heart's content. And that's definitely Hoary Boulder's equivalent over there. Well, I don't have many talents, I do have a strong back, and what strength I have, I'll gladly use for the sake of peace. The ladder moving again, didn't we? We join hands, there's no talos we can't build. I still haven't repaid you an Alphino for saving me. I'm not sure I ever could. That ain't gonna stop me from trying. Stupid smile. Oh yeah, by the way, this is yet another way this game is more of a video game. We did all these zones, and then at the end, we have the rejoinder of all these zones, which is a fairly common video game approach, and for good reason. It's a good formula. Oh, you clearly want, but now neither are we. Rest assured, we will put these to good use very hard, very hard. Yeah, it is. It's very FF4. I agree. Which is funny, but it's still true. Maybe, as much as we would all enjoy a treat, maybe the worms are best saved for afterwards. Ah, worms after.
Don't understand.
You may not remember me, but I'm from the carers from the inn at the journey's head. After night, returning to Amareg, we noticed the change in our patients. The transformation was halted in them, which makes sense. Can't express what it did to the mood of the place. We're still celebrating days later when who had come along but Alize. She said she sought the aid of those who believed in the Warrior of Darkness. We all answered her call right then and there. Of course, some carers had to remain behind, but as many of us came as could be spared. I, too, have great respect for the Warrior of Darkness. When we meet, I'll be sure to treat them to a nice plump worm! Well, if I ever see a Warrior of Darkness, I'll let you know. I'm sure they'll enjoy the worm. There is Raximus over there! Warrior of Darkness, right there. Well, they'll join the soldiers standing guard of the volunteers. We're now 2 quests from Gulg. Let's head to Amity. I suppose I'll go ahead and roll the dice, finally. Okay, dice rolled. It's a funny number, but okay. The stone is laid out in this manner. Imbuing should begin here and here. These times I'll call upon a sizable contingent. Captain Lena among them. They stand watch over the civilians, and shall pour magic into the talos. I'm gonna just give this away. It's not 69. So good of you to join us. I'm pleased to say we have gathered ample help for the imbuing. With Master Chai in the process of finalizing his design, I've taken the liberty of dispatching all hands to all positions. It is also not 42. You heard it along as though I have my house in order, and frankly, this is the most disorganized mess of a project I've ever seen! I haven't spent nearly as much time as I would like on my calculations. So thou hast proclaimed loudly and frequently, Master Chai, yet from thy perspective, a layman's though it may be, haste notwithstanding, thou hast gone to great lengths, abiding proven methodology to ensure the integrity of thy design. Aye, well, it's just the bare minimum of what's expected at the stoneworks. Though our glory days are behind us, I've not forgotten our time-honored traditions. But I should mention the Exarch delivered the ore I asked for. Earthseed? In that quantity, I believe we can fashion a suitable heart for the talos. And everything will be in readiness, or so I'd like to say. Is there a problem? In talos of any reasonable size, a single heart will serve to circulate the ether to the chassis. But given the unprecedented proportions of which we seek to build, I doubt that'll be the case. By installing smaller hearts at intervals, however, I believe we can maintain stable ether flow. However, we don't have enough ore for this purpose. Not for it to procure more, I guess. Runar, mayhap now is a good time to bring them out. This is kind of neat, honestly. Remember those gemstones? These are our most prized possession of the Knights Blessed, and these belong to the kindred who have left us. Immersed in water, imbued with fervent prayer, these stones harbor no small amount of magic. And we may imbue them with yet more prior to the installation of the talos. But thank you. Being from different regions, these cannot be used for the main heart. The peripheral one, on the other hand, I think they'll serve, yeah. Excellent! When Master Matoya spoke to us of the role we are to play, the Heartstones immediately came to mind. Credit to Runar. It was his idea to bring them. Just, you know, credit where credit is due. Of course, before bringing them with me, I made certain to consult my fellows first. After all, the stones bear the precious lives of those who've gone to the Sunless Sea. But we have now beheld the Sunless Sea with our own eyes, and by the gentle lights that glimmer on high, we know there is peace beyond. Thus, we are also at peace. If our Heartstones may serve to restore the night to all the world, gladly do we give them. Oh my goodness, Brakewood! Master Chai, if you could instruct us on how to distribute. Yeah, sure. Let's see. Lore, for good luck, may I ask you imbue one as well? Me? Okay. Meanwhile, Bregwin has an internet stutter. Whoa, I'm standing inside the Hearthstones. There we go. Aw, that sounds pretty cool, Bregwin. Rest assured, it's not difficult. Simply attune it to it as if it was an aetherite. Well, it's going to get a lot of light ether. I'm just going to tell you that right now, because I got a lot of that going on right now. But here you go. That will do. Thank you, Laura. If the Hearthstone appears familiar, it's because it belonged to Tadia. Yeah, I noticed that. Bears the collective hope of the Knights Blessed, the hope that none shall ever again be sacrificed to sin-eaters. Too many... I have no idea, Mr. Red. I've identified spots in the talos where the stones are needed. See it that they're amply imbued, and install them as I've indicated on this diagram. When the talos awakens and makes its way to Mount Gulg, we shall sally forth. It promises to be a trying climb, so take what you can in the meantime. We'll see you soon. I mean, they do have access to airships to carry forth people and to distribute quickly. Oh yeah. A moment, Urianger. You said you have measures ready in the event our friend fails to contain the light. Yeah, arguably the most important part about this entire operation. No, really. Be assured that I do. All which I require lieth in this land. Alright. I trust you, Urianger. My brother from another mother. I swear to thee thy trust is not misplaced. As ardently as I pray for the preservation of this world, so too do I pray for thy safety. So rest easy, and take ease as thou mayest. The bet should be ready for the trial to come. Yeah, I remember having issues with the upcoming raid. Although, ironically, I got it on a roulette the other day. The other week at this point. And we just smashed it first try. Of course, I was healing, so of course we did. Interesting. I don't know you could get that for that. Anyways. I'm told the rock for the chassis is more or less ready, all quarried and shaped and laid out. It just leaves the imbuers. I'm going to continue my calculations at the last moment, but it's only a matter of time now. We managed to rally nigh everyone in Norvrad for this endeavor. That's a remarkable feat in and of itself. But will it be enough? We are now essentially one quest from it. So let's go ahead and see who's getting in, shall we? Let's see here. I actually have to do some math. That's pretty close. So that's 20 for Reggie. 23 for Gigapudding. Too much for Fife. Rye is 13. Mr. Red is too much. And Bregwin is, looks like that's 18. So it looks like that's going to be Bregwin, Rye, and Reggie, if I'm reading that correctly. And not Cashel, because Cashel guessed too late. So where's Cashel so I can go stab him? Where is he? Oh, well. Although, Cashel, you would get in instead of, I guess, Reggie. No. Yeah. So I guess that'll be Cashel, Rye, and... Wait, hang on. I've already lost track of this one. Bregwin? Yeah, that looks right. Yep. Bregwin, Cashel, and Rye. Well, Cashel's in another party, so he's out. Oh, right. Camera's right here. You saw the message just like I did, Cashel. I can't fake that. It said you were in another party. The Exarch has clearly been straining himself. He looks rather pale, the poor thing. Anyway, he excused himself, saying he needs a breath of fresh air. Weak as he looked, I did offer to go with him, but he assured me he'd be fine. Of blood. We cast off tomorrow. It's a hell of a walk. Through enemies, I feel like adding. Hey.
The future is where my destiny awaits.
Not applicable, Mr. Red. For reasons I discussed earlier and will not repeat.
Forgive me, I was lost in a dream. I needed some fresh air and thought to rest for a moment. It would seem I am more fatigued than I realized. Too much time away from the tower, I fear. It drains me. Leaves my body frail and weak.
Yeah, imagine being without the ring for a few minutes.
Though, in truth, it is debatable whether I can still call this my body. When first I turned my mind towards the salvation of the world, I came to the conclusion that it would take many long years, many more than remain to me. And so I made myself one with the Crystal Tower, that I might live indefinitely. I am but an extension of it now, hence my weakness the farther I travel, and the longer I am away. It has been quite a journey, but thanks to you, the end is in sight. My wish will finally be fulfilled. How goes the construction effort? Then this may be the last moment we have to ourselves for a while. Come, sit with me. Tell me, when all of this is over, what will you do?
Arlemald.
Ah, yes. Even should we succeed in forestalling the 8th Umbral Calamity, the specter of war will remain. But to declare your intent with such easy resolve, you truly are a hero's hero, my friend. But whatever it is you decide to do, I have every confidence that you will do well. For you have the strength to forge your own path. You will leave countless lives better than you found them, and the souls you touch will never forget your kindness. Then, in trying times, when you question your worth and your choices, they will raise their voices to remind you of the difference you have made. And thus will your deeds come to affirm your path. Remember this.
What will you do when this is over?
When this is over, indeed. I once told you that there are things we can ill afford to lose. Things, I said, though in truth, I spoke of a person. One who is unaware of the full extent of my plans. Though he deserves to know, I have good reason to keep my counsel. I have come to terms with this in my mind, yet my heart yearns to lay everything bare. For he is my inspiration, and I would give much and more for the chance to speak with him as friends, with no thought of concealment. Should he indulge me with his tales, I would regale him with my own about my efforts in Northrend, perhaps. Though, ultimately, that tale is more yours than it is mine. Then, I would ask him about his next adventure. And if he should wish me to be a part of it, oh, how happy it would make me. Together we would travel the lands and cross the seas and take to the skies upon the eternal wind. My heart swells simply to imagine it. But all of this is contingent upon our victory in the coming battle.
Yeah.
The people of this world have entrusted their hopes to us. We cannot fail them.
We never do.
Nor those who roused me from my slumber. Thank you for your company, my friend. Let us return to Amity.
Whoop. There we go. Alright. Long. So who's ready for some nonsense? Some glorious nonsense. Speaking of getting back to being an FF. Worry not, my friend. I am much revived for the fresh air and your fine company, of course. Now, let's turn our thoughts back to the task at hand. We have more than 4 other people on, don't we? Whoop. Oh, whatever. We're gonna probably do another number game for who gets to join for the Immaculate. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. I actually forgot about this little tidbit. Speaking of Garlemald. Your Radiance, I have taken the liberty of quashing the vile rumors your heir is possessed by a devil. With the nation in the grip of war, we may rely on patriotic zeal to prevent them from resurfacing. And what of Emmett Selk? He has taken himself to the first to usher that world to its end. Or so I believe. He did not disclose the details of his mission, having ever preferred to work alone. Even to those who have known him since the beginning, his actions can prove unpredictable. I am no stranger to his ways. He joys in playing me for a fool. Full many times have I convinced I was acting on my own volition, only to discover it was all as he willed it. My dear grandfather. The subject of our esteemed colleague, his last report, though brief, did contain one item of interest. You have doubtless wondered why the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have not taken the field as of late. It is because they are no longer in the Source. The hero of the Scions has journeyed to the First, as have his comrades, albeit incompletely. Their bodies remain here in the Source. This presents an opportunity. If we can defeat the Alliance prior to the Scions' return, we may eliminate their order at a stroke. And with the Scions gone, none shall thwart our plans. It will be but a matter of striking down the hero upon his homecoming. Which, lest you forget, is essential to the realization of our objective. Of both of our objectives. Through Heidelin's meddling, her champions threaten to wrest the reins of fate from our grasp. The world is at risk of being dragged down a false path, one which will never see man reclaim his true form. 'Tis unthinkable he should supplant us, incomplete as he is. Such a devolution is abhorrent, and it must be stopped before it is too late. The hour has come, your radiance. Order your armies to march once more. Crush all in your way. This is your heart's desire, is it not? To seize a victory that's yours and yours alone for the future of Garlemald. Oh dear, you do wear the mummer's motley well. I was never one to take an interest in odious conflicts. Or did he say tedious? He might have said tedious. He said tedious. So, this bothers me a bit, but, you know, the whereabouts of my one true friend, however, they interest me greatly. I but hope the beasts of this first are providing him proper sport. I would know every detail, Lord Xenos, or would I rather call you Elidibus? Unexpected. Most unexpected. Yeah, ironically, this is a relatively even match right here. That immortality should be within the reach of one with a borrowed echo. You have outdone yourself, Xenos, yea, Galvus. I have no particular attachment to that name. But I am rather fond of that body. Without it, I cannot enjoy my hunt to the fullest. Your secrets or my flesh. I care not which you give me first. The choice is yours. TBC. Right, so while the two of you were away, I received word everything is in place. Meaning we can proceed with awakening the talos. Once we imbue the magic, it will stir itself up and immediately carry out its designated function, namely, taking Mount Gulg in its grasp. Lo, we may be certain Voth will not look in on idleness while we beat a path to his front door. Once our plans are set in motion, no turning back, so let's do this. Engage! That's actually what the dialogue option is. By the way, not that I want to give Xenos credit for this, but between what he does with something else and what he does with Elidibus, he more or less single-handedly ensures that Garlemald doesn't have victory. So make of that what you will.
Word from the Exarch. All is set on his side, and we may proceed when ready.
Well, we have sufficient stone for our needs.
Likewise, preparations for the imbuing have been made according to thine exacting instructions.
Then you need only say the word.
Let us begin. See that everyone is in position.
I don't think...
We shall catch Vorthri, mountain and all.
I don't think Xenos cares about Garlemald, to be blunt. Yeah, it's literally a roadblock, and so it needs to be dealt with. Once it's dealt with, he will go back to not caring. Well, that's a lot of ether.
Here it comes!
This is so stupid. Earth and water is now active. Titan music from FF15. Hey Ardbert, we did a thing. And I do mean we. It's definitely a group effort here. It's a shame Vothri isn't a person. Because imagine, like, a normal villain up there seeing this coming up to grab the floating continent. Like, imagine Geshtal is looking down and is like, what is that? And then just this thing just grabs the floating continent and drags it down.
Ha ha! Yes, yes! You've not lost your touch, you clever old bugger!
Teleprot? What's a teleprot?
Do you see what they're doing? If its hands are damaged, it won't be able to cling to the mountain. Oh, I knew this was a terrible idea.
Love you, Chai. Chais.
All three marshals the Eaters to his defense. This was only to be expected. We must try and draw as many of them down to the ground as possible. It may not be enough, but we have no other choice. Is that?
The one group we didn't call on.
Such a heartless thing, our sapling. It's cold and cruel and heartless.
You were busy!
Summon us in times of need, we expressly said.
Look.
We find but the final battle joined without so much as a whisper of our name.
Okay, listen. I've been busy, okay? I didn't want to bother you.
Yes, we may also have said that we fae folk have no interest in the struggles of men. But if our adorable sapling had come crying to us for help, we would of course have flown to his aid. Of course we would. What are we to do with him? We are so very, very sad. You will play with us. Cheer us up again!
And drag that sucker down. God, this is so stupid. I think they're mad at me.
This I did not expect, but I will gladly accept their help. I will send word to Y'shtola and the others. Join them at the foot of Mount Gulg and be ready to make the ascent.
I've actually done this dungeon quite a few times because, you know, it's really good experience if you're pushing to 80 and you have a kill squad. Listen, Rye, it's just, I don't... They're busy, okay? Like, I don't want to bug them. Right. Rye, are you healing? Because if you are, then we're good to go. But if you're not, then I need to pull out my scythe again. I don't even know what to say to that. Well, sorry it took me so long. Sorry. All three can't hide from us for now. Shall we? Again, I hate to diminish this, but Vothri isn't really a person. I don't think he's thinking anything here. Alright, everyone's here. Good. Now, this is a dungeon. You know how this works. The Sin Eaters will make us work for every yalm, of course. I mean, honestly, there's a specific type of frenetic animal instinct of I'm in danger, flail, flail, flail. I forget what that's called psychologically. Aw, there's no let's mosey. I would have totally picked that. Yeah, exactly, Terra. He's just... That's what's going through Vothri's head right now. I don't consider Vothri truly alive. I am not guilty of murder if I kill him. Oh my god. Makes so much sense. Yes, you've got me. I was actually a Mitselk all along. Or rather, I will be, which is going to be terrifying. So, Rax, could you do me a huge favor, please? Please. No, it's okay. You don't have to. So yeah, first we gotta get up to Mount Gulg up there. And we'll start working on this. Brains. Everyone's like, brains? I thought it'd be funny. We programmed the giant thing to brave brains.
So it is you. You will not defile my new paradise.
It does, Terra. It's funny because I'm pretty sure this came out after relatively speaking. Right. Pay attention. Oh yeah, wall to wall. Bri, I apologize in advance for what's about to happen here. That's what I thought. Weird to think about how old FF15 is at this point. Yeah, whatever. Do it. Hey, Canada Bangs. So anyways, Rex, could you do me a big favor, please? I didn't get a response, and I don't want to presuminate. Congratulations, Rye. You kept people alive, which... I mean... This dungeon's kind of mean to wall end, so... Ah, so I was wondering if you have a D100. Cashel. This would be a good time to hit cooldowns, because you're needing them a bit ago. Suck. Targeting in this nonsense. A little more health than I thought. You're rolling for the other 4 people, or the 8 people, or however we want to do that. Basically, here's the thing. Anybody who wants to be... Live, Cashel! Single targeting to reduce damage taken. Anybody who wants to join us for the Crown of the Immaculate, this would be a good time to guess. And then join Rax's party. He gets that going, and you get the idea. Anybody who's in the party I'm currently in, if you also want to join for the Immaculate, just go ahead and say something in party chat. I'll say it out loud. You know, Cashel's like, healers don't need mana. Fnarf, fnarf. Rye guesses a 72. Cashel guesses a 36. And that's it, I guess. Brigman's like, screw this nonsense. Oh my, please! Actually, I wouldn't blame her if she didn't want to. Immaculate's a kind of a fun fight, but it's pretty mean. Brigman doesn't hate you all. She only hates me. The worst thing about the Flood of Light and its effects? Sin Eaters. Alright, Rye, I want you to do without mana, okay? Can you do that for me? Thanks. So, boss number 1. Forgiven Cruelty. This song? Oh, no, that makes sense. I do not remember that admittedly, Canada Banks. I do apologize. But I believe you. I know you were there for that run, so it wouldn't surprise me. The reason it makes sense is we've actually seen this boss before. Back in ARR, actually. I forget the name of the dungeon, but it was one of the 50 hard modes. One of the optionals. Amdapor. That's right. Oh, pay attention. Sorry. I was looking at chat, trying to figure out if anybody else had guessed. Was it a 60 hard? It was an ARR-ish dungeon, and this was the boss music they used back there, so whatever. Hey, Arm Devil. Haven't seen you in a bit. What's up? Or you just secretly hate us? Which, honestly, would make a lot of sense. Aw. Oh, it's totally a model reuse. No question. Aww. As a fellow works too many hours, or I sympathize. That doesn't surprise me, Reggie. It's one of the only songs I remember liking from ARR. Mostly because I tend to forget about the Coils songs and the Crystal Tower songs for some reason. I should have looked at that. I've actually seen images of some of the gear that drops in here. It's pretty legit. Alright, now for wall to wall. Let's do it. Let's go to the much more terrifying part of the dungeon. Like, this is neat and all, but ultimately this is just a cave looking out over some rocks. Up here is where it gets horrifying.
I will not suffer it!
Just straight up horrifying. Or near, if you prefer. Forgive me for being redundant. I just noticed Bragwin's also playing a Reaper. I was about to yell at her for not putting her dance thing on me. Shows what I know. Yes, concentrated light aspected ether is just going to be kind of a theme for several upcoming things. As our visual storytelling starts to ramp up a little bit. Certainly brighter the further up we go. You're probably wondering, what is all this crap? Well, he's building his new paradise. Just with light aspected ether. He's just, that's how you build stuff, you know, see? Get those pillars going.
Come no closer! Filthy creatures!
Again, that's just all that's going on in that head, if you can even call it that. Yeah, there's tons of power here, but there's no direction, no guidance. It's just... Yeah, truth be told, Valkyrie is certainly a high-tier thing. But there's no brain behind any of that, not really. No more than a child has a brain when it tries to grapple onto a pacifier thinking it's food. So, this boss. Okay, now there's no reason for this song to be playing, so that's whatever. At that point, that's probably just a straight-up glitch. And that's whatever. And the boss that kind of tutorializes itself. Like you do. Oh no, a lot of people missed those Canada banks. They're never coming back, though. At least not until I take over the world. Sorry. That would be very weird. Yes, Reggie. circus theme just starts playing, because, you know, why not? Excuse me. Oh, okay, no, yep. Second get. It's yourself, Laura. Excuse me. By the way, this is Forgiven Whimsy. To add to the whole messed upness going on here. I'm ready, Reggie. I mean, if you were over that scene, I'd worry about you, you know what I mean? It's gonna be like right up on him. Hell, there's a scene coming up that I'm not over yet. I've never actually watched it a second time in all the years since. I don't think this is a reference to anything in particular. It's just, you know, messed up. Down you go. And Rax admits he watches other streamers than me.
I am righteousness!
Hey, look at his crown, by the way.
Righteousness will prevail!
Just look at the place he's building for his new paradise. Look at this place. God, this place is so awesome. I wish I could live here.
Can't you do anything by yourselves?
What? I like black and white. The gold actually works well. Everything's very crisp, clean, sterile. I love it. I'd probably go with black instead of gold highlights. That would be amazing. Alright, this is it. This is your last chance to really let Cashel die. I believe in you. I'm a cold person, absolutely. Literally, I suppose. I do actually prefer colder climates. I feel nothing in my frozen heart of death, etc., etc. Well, no, this isn't where you live. This is just where you go home to at the end of the night, you know what I mean? See you around, Wenlock. Enjoy the sociality. See, I'm weird. I like having my own quiet, alone place, like a crystal castle, one might say. But I also love hanging out with people. It's just, I like the two to be distinct, if that makes any sense. I prefer to live alone, to put it in simple terms, but I'd love to live right next to, or, you know, right across the street from, friends and family. Like, the ideal world, and me and my friends and family have actually talked about this, in an ideal world, in a, you know, lottery-winning scenario, I'm going to buy several houses in a cul-de-sac and dole them out, right? For anybody who wants to. Obviously, it won't be mandatory, but anybody who wants to actually join is absolutely going to be welcome to. Gary over there, Pax over there, Sis and, you know, the kiddos over there. Hey, Cashel. Don't mind me. You can see why that's a little bit of a lottery-winning scenario. Because what that would effectively mean... Awesome. Thank you, Rex, very much for organizing that for me. Much appreciated. What that effectively mean is we'd have to buy the land, which the cul-de-sac would then be built on, and then run the plumbing and run the electrical cables and run the fiber cables and all that fun stuff, and build new houses there, and then chaconk, right? Because, and you might think, why not just buy the houses that are there? Buying houses that all happen to be in the same cul-de-sac is a lot harder and or more expensive than you'd think. Now that looks gaudy. I don't like that at all. This is all right.
Very well. If you will not be discouraged.
Oh, Maverick. Rye, is it okay if I just take a whole bunch of extra damage just for you? Like, I do it because I care, you know? Yeah, I mean, I know that healers have so little to do in FF14. I just want to make sure that she's not, you know, being bored while we play. I'm trying to lower our DPS output. That's the goal here, really. By the way, that was Forgiven Revelry. Which leads us, of course, to You Know Who. We've actually seen her several times. I'm pretty sure I know the theory, but go for it, Reggie. Forgiven Obscenity. Yeah, no, that's the theory I was presuminating.
Stop that, damn you! I don't care what it takes!
Right. Gotta make sure Rye's paying attention. It's always important. We're seeing a lot of that. There's a telegraph without a telegraph boss design. We've seen that a lot in Shadow. It was in Vothri's throne, but that was after she was, you know... I guess this one works. Uptime is important. Yes, Ross, I feel like I just told you that. And I advised you to go ahead and do that. That's a good point. Every Volnup actually gives you extra DPS. We'll just... What? Whoop! I actually forgot how that mechanic worked, apparently. That's okay. That's my fault. Oh, the timer ran out. Yeah. Makes sense. Now Rai's like, I must leave. Oh, wow, your mana is tapped. Holy crap. Chill here for a minute. Let my invuln take care of a couple of things. While my trusted healer gets a heal out of me. There it is. Hey, all my vuln stacks are gone. That was actually the plan all along. I was like, you know. Okay, this is kind of a recovery phase. I won't try to uptime this time. Okay. That one better not hit me. I'm getting upset. It's more complicated than that, Mr. Ed, but the summary to your statement is yes. I'll make it up to you, Ryan. I'll make it up to you by doing some decent numbers, actually. Great, I am still terrible. Probably because I'm not 80. Eh. Although I guess I don't even have Enshroud, so that's whatever. Aimed that correctly for a second. I was in the middle of an animation, so it's like, where am I exactly? I'm sure it'll work out. Rye can heal me if I take another stack. She's got this. She's got this. Meanwhile, Rye over there is just flailing. I can't do the Kermit the Frog sound effect, so you're just gonna have to imagine it. Well, you know. The ball reversion. See, once I know a mechanic, I can usually do it. I'm just terrible. See, if I wasn't so terrible... Way too late. Yeah, that's a good reaction to that fight. You know, that is actually 100% true, Canada Bangs, but you'd be amazed how many people don't know or realize that. I don't say that to brag, it's just, holy crap. It's like people saying, it's not that hard to repair a car. Just twist a few knobs. You know, it's one of those things.
The end is near, my friends. We have found Vorthra's hiding place.
Unrepentant villains! Will you not be satisfied until you have brought disaster down upon your own heads? By your wickedness, you stand to gain naught but ceaseless conflict. Had you only trusted fate to me, there would have been peace for all. You could have lived bliss in my eternal paradise, free from the burdens of conscience and purpose.
Peace assumes many forms, and I do not doubt that you considered yours well worth the cost. I was even prepared to believe that the end might justify the means. Ignorant as I was, I had hoped that you might mend your ways and join hands with us, that we might strive together for the happiness of all.
But then I listened to that reverb and, oh, man, that's the line. That, no forgiveness.
But no more. Your actions cannot be reconciled with your words. Peace for all, you say? Yet when you were threatened, your first act was to sacrifice your own people in order to save yourself. If your paradise can be rebuilt so long as you alone survive, it exists not for the people. It exists solely for your twisted pleasure.
Hear me, Vorthri. The people won't submit to your will, for we each have our own. I made a promise to a noble soul, a woman who saw fit to entrust me with her legacy, and I mean to keep it. Everyone who stands with us has something precious, something that they cherish and would die to protect. They know their own hearts. They know what they want for this world. And by lending their strength to our cause, they have spoken.
The great irony of this, if I might interject for a moment, there's a wonderful scene where the entire party confronts Kefka and, for lack of a better way to put it, tries to talk him down. This is framed similarly, but in my opinion is actually for different purpose. This is not us trying to talk down the final boss. We are saying what we are saying for ourselves.
No matter how hard you may try to bend the world to your will, we will never yield!
Silence! Not another word! You presume to lecture me. Insolent worms. You will learn your place. With my true powers awakened, I will expunge you like the filth you are. Your demise will serve as a reminder to all that I am the zenith of mankind and Sin-Eater both, chosen to rule over creation by right of transcendence. My very existence is virtuous. I am perfect, immaculate.
He seems disinclined to grant us an audience.
Find Vorthri. We will hold the Eaters here. Come! Let's finish this!
I mean, the way he says it, Zenith, and he says it really quickly, too, it could easily be mistaken as Zealot. Or, it's entirely possible the other thing was a... So, okay. Disbanding. And grabbing. Where's that list? I think it was that far up. Oh, goodness. Okay. Or I could just join Rax's party. That works out, too. Listen! The zenith awaits. That's a lot of gobbledygook on there. My goodness. I am ready to sweep forth with the power of darkness. games are more show than movie, in my opinion, Canada Bangs. It's one of the reasons why when I talk about converting, par exemple, FF6 into a non-interactive format, I talk in terms of seasons rather than films. So hopefully I won't embarrass myself too much. I remember this fight being mean. Fun. Mean. I did just do it a couple weeks ago, though I was healing that time. And now I've got a much worse job. Now I've got to keep up with my actual...
Are you so determined to die? One last chance, villain!
Innocence.
Bow down and acknowledge your king! Your god!
Innocence. God, that's so appropriate. Let's fight the DPS meter.
Come! Prepare for judgment! This will be a first! To me, my servants! Feast upon these villains and their foul sins!
Yeah, no, I'm a Jorian. It actually makes perfect sense that he's innocent. That's why I find it so amusing. There's no sin in this creature.
I will strip you of the illusion of will! And you will suffer! Yes! That will be your punishment! Receive of me my blessing and rise higher! I will crush you! Suffer, suffer, suffer! Suffer and know your folly!
I'm trying to stay quiet rather than talk through this because the actor's just nailing it, you know. Plus, we got a phase 2 coming.
Why do you not fall? Why?
One of his wings went a little skeletal. That's another one. Do it. On this form, I should remember. I thought he just transitioned before he hit 0.
What is this?
Remember, that's not fat. That's a really horrific combination of light aspected ether and flesh. Yeah.
I see now. This is the passion of my ascension.
Much more horrifying. Although he stole my wings. And yes, this is very Final Fantasy now. As if it wasn't already. For reasons we'll get into in a minute. Saying this is the real Vothri is a little bit inaccurate. I think this is more like what Vothri was intended to be all along. Built to be, might be a good way to phrase that. So yeah, everyone be on your toes. He's got a lot of mechanics and all of them hurt. As usual, this is a fight where maintaining your survival over your DPS uptime is more important. Keep that... Oh, Jesus. in mind. Just gonna be over here for a minute. Don't mind me. Well, I can sneak in there. I can take some damage sneaking in there. It was worth it for the uptime. Wait. I love this attack. I mean, it's actually just a telegraph, but it's a unique telegraph, and I love it. Oh, there's Venry.
I shall excite the sin of your existence!
Dying to that attack last time. Oh yeah, this is a fun fight. Sorry. Stay quiet here a little bit. I think that's everything. I think that's all his mechanics at this point. So, if you'll forgive me. Whoop, 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 whoop. Damn it! Rax took it. Damn it! Yeah, he's just gonna start layering mechanics now, so. Yeah, no, there's better trials, but this is a good one. Yeah, Rax just likes stealing the limit breaks. I don't know what it is. Are you just secretly being hired by Square Enix? Is that what this is? Actually, that would make a lot of sense, really. Cool. But... nope.
I am all powerful!
And As usual. Good job. That is a mean fight, and y'all did well. Well. You did well. Or with your powers, you could have done so much good. It looks like we missed it all yet again. Yeah, I know. The tone there is perfect. I'm telling Mom. You secured an escape route. Do what you must. Thereth lieth the last of the light. Dramatic transformation. The result of Sin Eater within emerging to claim dominance, I assume. Is that Volthree? That's a little debatable, but yeah. Now night will return to all of Norbrand, bringing salvation to our two worlds. A lot of cutscenes are about to play in sequence. Yep.
Why am I cast down? But it is you who are the villains. Father told me that I am hope. I am righteousness. That I am a god.
Remember how much venom I spit at Yutsuyu's parents? Well, there's someone in this world that I have a lot of venom to spit at, too.
That is why I was born, as man and sin eater both. I kept the people safe. They respected me, worshipped me. How can this be? I should be the one looking down at you. Help me. Damn you. I am your god.
Well, I'm sure that'll be healthy. It's okay. We managed to stabilize after last time. I'm not super worried. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. And I have white and black hair. Thank you very much, Giga.
Look! The sky!
It's okay. I forgive you, Gigaput. Speaking of Vothri's father, parents really, but especially father.
Fools! Were it not for my decisive action, the whole city would have been overrun, razed to the ground. Yet they dare to complain about casualties? Spare me.
Nice guy already, you can tell. Tell me you're a terrible person in one sentence.
I'll wager they were put up to it by those wretches who seek to usurp me. They're stirring up the citizenry. But if they think I will yield to the likes of them, they are gravely mistaken.
To be subjected to such deplorable treatment, such ingratitude. You have my sympathies, sir. You do so much good for this city, and you could do so much more were you not surrounded by fools.
Hello, Emmett Selk.
Who are you? You're not supposed to be in here.
My apologies for the intrusion, but I come bearing a proposal. One that will ensure the longevity of your reign. But give me the word, sir, and I will bring hither a light warden. By giving its power to the babe within your lady wife's womb, we shall create a transcendent being, a king to rule over all. And as sire to the king, your authority will never again be in question.
And of course he takes the deal because he's a moron.
Amazing. Before my Vorthri, they behave as docile pets. With this gift, my line shall be guaranteed power for perpetuity. We shall rule the whole world.
Can I interrupt real quick? It always kind of makes me bothered when a lot of the people that Emmett Selk has interacted with over the years are people like this jackass. I mean, do you ever wonder why he tends to just roll his eyes at people and say, oh, people are good, and he's just thinking, ugh.
By all means, sir. United under Yulmor's banner, men will cease fighting and abandon their ambitions. Thus, they will grow fat and complacent, and in their sloth, seal your supremacy.
Exactly, Pillars of Snow. But now we have a problem. We have most of this concentrated light ether of the world just kind of thundering through us right now.
12 for Fend. He cannot contain the light. He's beginning to turn.
Yeah, the battery has reached his past capacity.
Urianger, if you've aught up your sleeve, now is the time.
Urianger. Urianger. This really hurts, Urianger.
The combined power of every Light Warden is too terrible a burden for any one soul to bear. And so I shall relieve you of it.
Exarch! What are you doing?
I will channel this profusion of power to the Crystal Tower and use it to travel to other worlds. As I have dreamed of doing ever since I first learned of their existence. Who would choose to remain here in this dying realm when they might go elsewhere and begin anew? Not I. And thus did I use you.
You know, not even the last time did I really buy any of this. Sorry.
No, I don't believe you. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, he's got the cue cards and everything, you know.
Damn you! We won't let you do with him as you please.
He's a bad liar. He's too good of a soul.
Do not interfere! Please, I beseech you all, let him go!
You knew of this, Urianger. 'Tis all a fiction. Such vaguely defined acts of teleportation stand no chance of success.
I like how they give it away just immediately.
The Exarch will never live to see another world, as he knows only too well.
Then, what does he mean to do?
Die.
He means to take the light with him into the rift, where he will die. From the beginning, he intended to sacrifice himself to save our friend and Norvrent.
I do like how they just reverse this. I really do.
At journey's end, an opportunistic thief makes off with the hero's prize. A paltry way to end a chapter, I concede. Yet your tale will continue, and my role in it will scarcely be remembered.
Meanwhile, all we can hear is because of the extreme and excruciating pain we're in.
Worry not. Whatever should become of me, I will be happy and free, safe in the knowledge that I have played my part.
Yeah, by the way, I have almost called him Garaha like 15 times. I think I've actually lost track how many times I almost said that instead of Exarch. I didn't even put it in the notes this time. I never forgot you, kid.
Thank you for fighting for this world, for believing. Fare you well, my friend, my inspiration.
Oh yeah, there's been a lot of hints. And this whole series, it has been all surprisingly logical, keeping that in mind. So, there's another Final Fantasy tradition that goes back quite a ways. The fake last dungeon.
Only those who possess the royal eye of the Allagan Imperial line are capable of controlling the Crystal Tower.
Yep.
Such individuals do not exist in the First.
That by itself is the biggest hint right there.
Therefore, in all likelihood, the Exarch arrived here with the tower. This much I had surmised, yet I could not discern his grand scheme. To think that he went through all this trouble for the sake of a single hero. It's almost admirable in its absurdity. Alas, it is not your grand scheme that will succeed, but ours.
You bastard!
Stay put. Your friend is still alive, but whether he remains so depends on you. What a disappointment you turned out to be. I placed my faith in you, let myself believe that you could contain the light. But look at you now, halfway to becoming a monster. You are unworthy of my patronage.
It all makes sense, doesn't it? The reason he's been with us this entire time, the reason he's been encouraging this entire time, has nothing to do with saving the First, or stopping the Light Wardens, or ending the Flood, or anything whatsoever other than proving that we were a sufficiently advanced entity that could handle this level of either. He wanted so badly to have that equal. And
I am an Ascian, My heart's sole desire is to usher in the great rejoining. 100 years ago, I entrusted my comrade Logriff with the task of increasing light's sway over this world. This we sought to do by manipulating heroes.
By the way, Logriff specifically, keep that in mind.
When that failed to achieve the desired result, I created Vorthri. Thanks to your meddling, that too has ended in failure.
What was your true purpose in approaching us?
By your 12, boy, have I not told you before that everything I said was the truth? You were specimens by which I might gauge man's potential as it stands. I genuinely had an interest in you, genuinely considered taking you on as allies. Provided he could contain and control the light.
Don't prove it in your words. Don't prove it in your deeds. Don't prove it in any of that crap, because the only thing that matters to him is that you're as close as possible as the original. That's the goal.
If not, then he, and by extension you, would be of no use to me. 'Twas as simple as that.
So, we've been found wanting. How disheartening. But even had we fulfilled your conditions, there was no guarantee that we would cooperate. What then?
Then I simply kill you all. At the very least, it would restore the world to the way it was before you went about trouncing Light Wardens willy-nilly. Suffice it to say, it would be most inconvenient to have all that light taken away. And I would be lying if I were to claim his actions didn't have me worried. You still retain your form and your senses. But you have all but become a sin-eater. Whether you will it or no, your mere existence will serve to engulf the world in light. Those in your company will likewise turn into sin-eaters, and in time you will succumb to your base instincts and hunt innocents to feast on their sweet, sweet ether. Those few with the will left to fight may rise up against you, but before your absolute might, they will quickly know despair. There is no hope. We are finished. Mankind is finished. Ah, the irony. What Vorthri achieved through bliss, you achieved through despair. But I have overstayed my welcome. I shall look forward to seeing you bring the world to its knees, hero.
Exarch!
I have naught to show for all the time and effort I invested in you. He is a small token for my troubles. I did not expect that I could learn aught from man, but I may yet learn something from all the knowledge he had hoarded for his precious hero. I pity you, I do. Your friends are now your foes. If you do not kill them, they will kill you. When it all becomes too much to bear, seek me out at my abode in the dark depths of the Tempest. There, you may complete your descent into madness, with some dignity, far from prying eyes. Till then, I bid you farewell, Eater.
Finally. You're confused. And small wonder. After you collapsed, Emmett's self vanished. Then Reen did what she could to stay the raging of the light within your body. Thanks to her, you're still you, but she's only delayed the inevitable. You're not going to like what you see, but you still need to see it. It's like this all over. The whole of Norvrat is shrouded in light again. And it's because of you, and the power you absorb from the Wardens.
By the way, try to think about that for a second. We are just emanating so much power, we're blanking out the sky.
No one knows but your friends. When they carried you down from the mountain, they told everyone waiting below that they didn't understand why the light had returned. And now they're out there trying to allay the people's fears, while searching for a way to save you.
I like to think this is just what our vision looks like at this point. Like, we actually have trouble seeing properly right now.
If you're well enough to be up, you're well enough to get some fresh air. Better that than stewing in here. Go on. Go.
Like, don't mistake me, I've been saying this entire time that we are extraordinarily powerful, but this is a bit much even for us. It's a lot of raw energy. It's all one type of energy, which we know imbalanced ether is bad in every level. And we don't really have the time to get used to it, or the skill to handle it. This is bad. Fortunately, they don't actually change the visuals to look like that, because that would be headache-inducing, but I like to think that our character is fighting off a headache pretty much this entire time. You're awake! You were injured in the foray to Mount Gulg, yes? I was here at my station as always when they carried you in a makeshift stretcher, looking disturbingly bereft of vigor. And to compound my worry, the sky is... well, I'm sure you've seen it. It's got everyone concerned, to say the least. But, seeing as you up and about is the first good news we've had in a while, assuming you feel strong enough, would you consider a stroll? To help the anxious citizenry? Yeah, everything's fine. To be blunt, Kylo Ren isn't even on the same chart that we are at this point. The amount of raw power that's thundering through our heads right now is kind of stupid in how much it is. And that's the problem. Ironically, the only reason we're even capable of doing this is because of how powerful we are, because of the battery I keep referencing and have been since the the Thaumaturge quest, way back about a month ago at this point. Yeah, casual. It was a grim sight. Your companions looked fair ready to drop when they brought you in. So I offered you a helping hand. Meanwhile, Mr. Red trying to kill me again. You, my friend, I feared you had one foot in the grave. Cold and lifeless you were, like a corpse that was still breathing. They told me some evil bastard went and snatched our poor Exarch in the midst of the chaos. Wicked white, what is the world coming to? Moaning never solved anything, did it? It's times like these we Crystarian folks stand and do what need be done. Trade with Yulmor's back on the table. We'd best make use of those resources to fortify the city against eaters, or whatever misery fate deems to throw at us next. Speaking of misery, Chesamil was worried sick about you. A healer wringing her hands is not a sight you want to see, let me tell you. Yeah, I don't imagine. It's okay, Loke. I will crush you all like a bug. I hate to say this, but right now we would probably crush Xenos like a bug. And we already beat him fair and square. My friend. Oh, sweet, you're alive. No one's been allowed to see you. Even the surgeons were forbidden from making visits. Irene was kind enough to tell me you're showing symptoms similar to Eater corruption, so I suppose there's little any of us could have done in any case. As for your companions, they've been rushing hither and yon, seeking a cure for your condition. I worry to see their faces growing ever more haggard each time they pass through the Crystarium. I shall let them know you're awake, and when they do see you, please convince them to rest a bit. They won't be helping anyone if they collapse of exhaustion. Oh, and Morin's been a little better, I'm afraid. He hasn't left the cabinet, busy with his nose in one dusty tome or another. By the way, are you noticing how this is just kind of a rejoinder of the talk to everyone in town quest we actually already did? Same NPCs, even. Oh no, I agree with Dream Whisperer. If we are to survive this, the resultant will almost assuredly be our battery size being increased. And frankly, our skill and knowledge with manipulating our own ether will probably go up too. Agreed, as to me. It is one of the final reasons I consistently call ourselves the Star Destroyer. Not just because I love that arc, not just because I love that concept, but because it is extraordinarily rare that a work of fiction writes it well. I found it this says the same thing as the last. Maybe I should approach the problem from a different perspective. Lord, is it you? Not some figment of my imagination? Oh, this is wonderful. Our prayers have been answered. Feeling otherwise helpless, I've been scouring our shelves for wisdom to explain this worrisome conundrum. With all the light wards defeated, why has the light returned to obscure the sky? I must have poured over 100 tomes, but no definitive conclusion seems forthcoming. So many questions I would pose to the Exarch, and thus do I feel his absence all the more keenly. Now that you are awake, however, I am hopeful the search for our stolen steward might begin in earnest. Catalyst, meanwhile, leads the crystalline mean in preparations for battle, though against what foe we are uncertain. Want to pay her a visit? See what I mean? It's just going back to all these people. It's a nice touch, really. Oh no, we're already a Superstar Destroyer. We have been since we beat Xenos. Now, the Eclipse... The Eclipse is one of the most broken ships ever introduced in Star Wars, and that is saying something. The Eclipse is quite literally a ship that can beat other ships by ramming them, just because of how good its armor is. Anyways, you gave us all a proper fright, you know that? The friends you made and the facets you've been talking with me. I wonder what I could do to help. Anyway, I'm glad you've recovered enough to stand. You're not planning on striking us straight away, though, are you? I was hoping to have a better look at your equipment. If we'd been able to provide you with better weapons or sturdier helms, maybe you would have won the day and the Exarch would still be here. So we've been consulting each other, forging new techniques, designs, you know, the like. If you could stand still a moment, I'd like to assess the gear we're trying to improve. It says here, made by Tataru. Who's Tataru? Well, that's some fine work. It wouldn't be impossible to make better, but we need to experiment. I'm not sure we have that kind of time. That sounds like a challenge he would enjoy. I agree, Rex. That's why I say the Eclipse is kind of stupid. It is a ridiculously, ludicrously overpowered ship. It's not even the biggest thing and the stupidest thing introduced to Star Wars. It's just the most overpowered individual ship in Star Wars. The worst ship is the Sun Crusher, although the Supremacy is up there too. Anyways, I think your absent genius and his epiphanies are the perfect answer to this predicament of yours. You mean Grenold? He's a man of unrivaled gifts. I won't argue there. Well, what good do his talents do if we can't find him? No one's seen hide nor hair of him since he wandered off years ago. You know what he's like when he latches onto an idea? He's probably cloistered in some forgotten cave, completely absorbed in his latest creation. I wouldn't even know where to start looking. It does make things difficult. Still, if that eccentric is someone you destined to meet, I wager he'll show up soon enough. And many times at the bar, many is the tale I've heard told of strangely fated encounters, even if a few of them might be stretching the truth a bit. We'll keep our noses to the grindstone for the time being, but on the off chance you encounter him, you'd be wise to take advantage of his brilliance rather than wait on our slow and steady progress. Now, this is doubly funny because I'm pretty sure I'm wearing the armor Grenold makes on most of my classes right now. They're not transmogged that way, but that is what it is. It's all that 80 suits. All those 80 suits. Anyways, I should get back. Just because the world's coming apart at the seams doesn't mean we have to follow suit, does it? Here, we can't forget the heart which this city was founded, or the Exarch might not have much of a home to return to. Nah, here. See? Level 80, Reaper gear. Level 80, Dragoon gear. Level 80, Crypt Lurker. That's different. Let's see. Red Mage, maybe? Nope, that's my Igneoish Guardian. It's about half my classes, because all my healers are wearing the Crypt Lurker gear. But anyways. Months at this point, US Incorp. Laura, you alright? Yeah, I'm fine. Everything's fine. Nothing is wrong. Yeah, I've got Crypt Lurker gear for Bard, Machinist, all the healers, and all the tanks, I believe. The 430 crap that Grenold gives me is that suit right there that I'm currently wearing. Oh, goddammit, it's over here. Yeah, Y'shtola. I really feel bad for Y'shtola looking at us right now. She could barely recognize us earlier. Remember? When we had, like, 2? Well, we have a little more than 2 now. Reen is probably just kind of every time.
The people of this city have spirit, I'll give them that. They've not lost the will to fight. I can imagine how torn you must feel, looking at that sky. Knowing what it means to everyone. And that you're responsible.
And of course you would know what that feels like. The secrecy is worse. I wish they'd know. But...
If you're thinking of coming clean, don't. It might make you feel better, but it would make things 100 times worse for them. They're better off not knowing. You're in a corner, and there doesn't seem to be any obvious way out. But that doesn't mean it's over. However hopeless it seems, you haven't lost yet.
He's tall for a hero.
I remember looking up at the sky like this before. Being caught up in a strange kind of calm. It was after we realized we were responsible for the flood. When we resolved to journey to the source by taking our own lives. One last sacrifice. One last fight. One last failure. And then the Oracle appeared and, well, you know the rest. There were times in the years and decades that followed when I wondered if we might not have been better off just letting the rejoining happen. That we'd made one last mistake. But seeing that giant talos stir to life cured me of any doubts I still had. Always we took the burden of fighting upon ourselves. That's what heroes do, isn't it? So we never had the chance to see anything like that. Our people coming together as one. To think that their hope still burned so bright. That they were still so eager to live, they would lift up their fellows, one on top of the other, till they reached the sky. No. We made the right decision. And I can finally feel proud of the part we played in helping this world survive. Well, come on then. As I thought. What happened between us was no coincidence.
I mean, it's the same frequency, so...
My story may be finished, but the fates have gifted me a minor role in yours. I suspected as much the moment I realized you could hear me. But it's hard not to doubt yourself when you're the man who caused the flood. I was afraid to do anything more than watch for fear of making things even worse. But no longer. After all, the path I once walked is now yours to finish.
It's that legacy thing again.
For what it's worth, I cast my lot with yours. If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you. If you lose control, I'll do my best to stop you. So, let us be about it, hero.
Oh, I was worried you were up here all alone, brooding and fretting and wallowing in your woes. But look at you, grinning at nothing like a pollen-drunk pixie.
I feel...
Look at what you've done to your ether. It's a mess. And you have cracks running all through that pretty soul of yours.
Remember, pixies have the... Excuse me. Fae have the innate ability to see people's souls. That's how they identify people.
My poor little sapling. Whatever am I to do with you? Shall I yield up my throne? You could claim it, cut ties with the mortal world, hide away in the castle.
An interesting option if you think about it for a minute. A bit of a temporary solution, but a solution nonetheless.
won't fix the problem. But would it really matter? If any pesky heroes come calling with steel and magic, all of Il Meg will rise up in your defense. My crown and scepter are yours, if you want them. What? Don't give me that look! Of course I knew before I asked that you'd never ever heed such a wicked suggestion.
Yeah, we would be the final boss of the next FF, absolutely.
And besides, what would become of my precious and ephemeral flower? Oh, my dear beloved sapling. You are lost, confused, and have precious little time to gather your wits. Your kind is always so preoccupied with what lies ahead, and so we muddle your vision with fog and glamour. But such trickery is easy to see through. Stand very, very still. Think not of where you need to go, but where you are right now at this moment. At this time, in this place. Our cairn of crystal. From shadowed hood he watched you go, his ruby eyes with warmth aglow. See yourself as he saw you, and that shall be the clearest clue. You stand in his garden, dear sapling. Ask his flowers what they know, and you will surely find an answer. But what will you do with it, I wonder? I'll be watching and waiting. Waiting and watching.
Oh, dude, Feaul has hauled our ass out of the fire how many times now? Oh, broke my neck. Adventure's over. Gotta speak to the things you're on your feet so soon. You've not come in search of tomorrow, have you? What I know of the Exarch, I'd be happy to share, but I fear there will be no surprising revelations. As many in the city could tell you, he's a man of wisdom and compassion and many untold secrets. But none can doubt his generosity. When the Crystarium was being plundered, he even allowed the folk to plunder the tower for resources. He imposed no restrictions on this except one. No one except the Exarch is permitted to dwell within the spire. Many seasons past, a comrade of mine was bold enough to ask the reason why. He simply said, because one day the Crystal Tower may vanish as suddenly as it arrived. I kind of wish we could go to the twinning right now, but, you know, whatever. Let's not talk about that at the moment. Let's turn this back on. I actually have no idea if there's a pet of that variety. Anybody else know? Something else you need? I've come to all the results of my research into this light. The Exarch? Well, I need no documentation to relay what I know of his history, if that's what interests you. Less than a decade had passed since the coming of the Flood, when the Crystal Tower first flashed into existence. Its summoner, the Exarch himself, became known to the refugees of Lakeland soon after. He welcomed all who sought out the spire, be they locals or those who'd lost their homes, or Vorberites fleeing their ruined kingdom. Together they founded the city which would become the Crystarium. Some thought to call him king, for he refused to share his name, but the summoner did not deem himself worthy of royal address. Thus did the people consider his scintillating skin so alike to the tower, and bestowed upon him the title of Crystal Exarch. As for his true name, well, 'twould seem that is a mystery that remains unsolved. It's Graha! His name's Graha Tia. I can officially give that away, finally. I've had to clamp my mouth shut so many times because so much of what he's done this entire game makes so much sense if you know who he is. Lore, good to see you awake and alert, my friend. Yes, the name's Bob. What's this about? You're not writing the Exarch's memoirs, are you? I'm not sure much I can tell you, considering we avoid asking too many questions, you know. Unspoken rule and all that, but if anybody has any fresh insights, it'd be Captain Lena. She lost her parents to an Eater attack not long after she was born, and the Exarch saw to her upbringing. Outward appearances aside, the two are like grandfather and granddaughter. I imagine the news of his predicament hit her doubly hard. Not that our proud captain would ever let that show. If you do decide to talk to her, she's at the usual post. He was like, I'm gonna be evil. I'm super evil. Mwahahaha. Throw wide the gates. It's an interesting question, Dream Whisperer. And truth be told, there's a lot of uncertainty about that. The Rift is its own thing and follows its own rules, but even the Rift would be a little bit messed up by that much raw light aspect of ether being dumped into it and effectively exploding, because that's what would happen. And thank you, Harriant. Very much. Always. Thank you. And now let's see here. So that's for... Give me just one moment, please. Real mist. Ribbon. Lord, I was not told you'd awoken. No way in hell, Dream Whisperer. I mean, we've got an hour and a half left, but that's not enough even for the cutscenes leading up to the final boss. I am hopeful to hit a certain point, which I'm not going to speak of right now, but we'll see. So he was taken by this rival of yours, was he not? Your companions mentioned they had an idea of where to find him. So I bristled when they asked for patience. I didn't understand their hesitation until I saw you had fallen. Only then did I realize I had no business rushing ahead. Even so, the delay has been no less agonizing. In a moment before we're going to join you in Kaluja, he entrusted me with a key. It opens the door to the Ocular, a chamber known as the Umbilicus. This room is the heart of the tower, into which only the Exarch himself is permitted to enter. I mean, he was planning to go die. He bid me allow none into the tower once he departed. Only in the event of an army of Eaters descend on the city was I to access the Umbilicus and awaken the defensive barrier. Never before has he left me with such instructions, but the battle with Fothri loomed, and at the time I accepted the key without much thought. Since then, however, that moment is all that occupies my mind. When I recall the look on his face, he knew some terrible fate awaited him. Tell me, Laura, I need to know what he feared. What battle you and your companions are truly fighting. Where do I even begin? Forgive me. I trust in the Exarch. I should not be voicing these doubts when he is not here to respond to them personally. But you've come to me with a question of your own, have you not? Joy. I see I'm not the only one who burns for answers. The time has come to open the tower's heart. Though we do not face an invasion of Eaters, I suspect the city will be in more danger if you do not gain the knowledge you seek. Yeah, you notice, I unhesitatingly would have told Lena, although I would have asked to be somewhat a little more private, And not with 2 of her soldiers right there listening in, but... Something in eye. Oh, wow. One moment. Nope. There we go. 3 soldiers. I'll kill them all. Then we can talk. What? Amon? Oh, I have no idea. I mean, Amon's kind of a doofus. And a really stupid villain, if you think about it. Not stupid written, just stupid. He's not a smart person. It's good stuff, Confronting.
I have unlocked the door to the umbilicus. You are free to enter. Once you have what you require, I'll see it sealed once more. Until then, I will remain without.
Mom, not now. So there's a Rion J.
A moment to collect my thoughts, I prithee. Thy true name is Grahatia, then. By thy claims, thou too art a native of the Source, though from an age beyond our own, when the 8th umbral calamity hath visited devastation upon our star.
Spoilers! Graha is from the future. We kind of already guessed that, but...
Thou hast, by subtle means, reached across the boundaries of time and space to unsow the seeds of catastrophe, ere its creeping vines drag our champion unto an early grave.
In essence, yes. A difficult story to swallow, I am sure.
Quick side note of amusement. Graha never had a voice actor back in ARR. So, they kind of were able to do a story like this. As much as I am absolutely in favor of more voice acting being in this game, it's funny to me because we would have figured out immediately that it's him if we could just hear the same voice actor. There's ways around that. You can temporarily have a separate character voice him. Tales from the Borderlands pulled that trick, for example. Take your time, Zach Taft. Whenever you're ready for it.
I doubt not the veracity of thy words, not the account of thy coming, nor that of the fated calamity.
Obviously, you are speaking in the right. I am not, so allow me to be more clear. In a game that didn't change its entire cast after the first season, we would have recognized him immediately. Also, if and when they go back to add voice acting, which they never will, of course, but if they were to do so, well, there's that problem, too.
Yet my mind straineth still to apprehend the enormity of this tale. Wouldst thou favor me with a gradual unfolding of its chapters?
Certainly. But where to begin? I should start with those great minds who survived the calamity. Sid Garland being perhaps the greatest.
Oh, I didn't even want to hear about that Pillars of Snow. Nope, we're done, and it's gone. Okay, cool.
In hopes of staying the unending tides of war, he and his fellows pursued all manner of possible solutions. One of these was rooted in a theory which unified several fundamental principles discovered over the course of the Warrior of Light's adventures. It proposed a method by which one could enter the River of Time, traverse the rift, and leap between worlds.
Oh yeah, remind me to talk about time travel when we get to the twinning, because I've been keeping my mouth shut about that since Alexander.
Perfecting that idea, however, was a work which consumed their lifetimes, and thus was it left to future generations to decide whether theory would be put into practice. But all the while, the world continued to burn. Hope was a feeble outpost, beset on all sides by thievery and misery and murder. People cried out in despair, "There is no hope, we are finished. Mankind is finished." Then others raised their voices in answer. Though we be beyond salvation, those who came before may yet be saved. We will forge a crossroads and pave the way for a different future. By the wisdom of our forebears, we will prevent this calamity from ever having come to pass. The fighting went on unabated, but some few took up Sid's research and labored to realize those impossible ideas. After 2 centuries of labor, their descendants finally succeeded in awakening the Crystal Tower, an integral part of the process, and, in doing so, roused its caretaker, me.
As a bit of a reminder for those of you who don't remember from something from literally a month ago, he literally sealed the tower with anybody who can actually, go through this, anybody who can actually enter the tower is someone who is advanced enough to enter the tower, and therefore will be at the point at which we are cool with actually opening the tower. That this is beyond us, but we'll get there kind of a thing.
By this stage, scholars had largely established the phenomena underpinning the rejoining, and identified the first as the shard which precipitated the 8th umbral calamity. This grand structure was already capable of storing the energies required to attempt the translocation. All that remained was to augment some few of its functions based upon the theoretical models of Sid and his compeers.
And by means of such technologies didst thou effect thine arrival in the first, to an age before this star had joined with the source.
Some while before, as it turned out. 'Tis all but impossible to predict how time will flow between one world and the next, and we missed our mark by almost an entire century. But this only worked in our favor. The Sin Eaters could not be defeated without the blessing of light, and summoning the only man who might stand a chance against them would require decades of preparation.
An undertaking of scarce credible endurance. That thou hast kept thy plan from falling into disarray these many years bordereth on the miraculous. Yet howsoever history be rewritten, thy present self was shaped by events which followed the calamity. Should said catastrophe be averted, the very skein of thine existence will unravel. Surely thou hast foreseen this.
I hate to jump in there, but you're actually wrong about that, Urianger. The mere fact that he's here is proof of something, which I will discuss when we get to the twinning.
I am aware of the consequences. 'Tis for that very reason Sid and his colleagues bequeathed their legacy as an offering, and not an edict. To give all of oneself for the happiness of others, and with no promise of reward. 'Tis a hard thing to ask. Harder still for those condemned to survive in a world which pitted brother against brother. Indeed, you are right to call the execution of this plan miraculous, though the force which held it together was nothing so inexplicable. It was him. The warrior of light has been our unbroken thread. Where others would stumble and fall, he would rise above. Where others would break and run, he would carry on. The warrior of light's tale is one of unyielding bravery. To tell it was to feel courage. To hear it was to feel hope. It was a breath of inspiration in an age of suffocating shadow. In the histories of a fallen nation was our hero hailed as its greatest ally. In the time-worn pages of a noble's memoirs were his deeds joyously retold. For many, these stories were the flame which warmed them through the coldest of nights.
Really glad we didn't become a religion.
And so it should come as little surprise that the plan found no shortage of volunteers, concerning as it did the warrior of light himself. It was their chance to add their own verse to the hero's saga. He was the lodestar that brought them all together, to send their final message back through time and space to him. The light of your legacy was our torch in the darkness. Burn bright again and live. I am merely the bearer of that wish, come to ensure it is safely delivered.
Wherefore sharest thou this burden with me and no other? What wouldst thou have me say?
That you will be my accomplice?
Love that.
'Twas you yourself who convinced me of your suitability when you spoke of how you learned of the Flood and of your part in arranging Minfilia's journey to the First. Your actions showed uncommon resolve. 'Twas clear you were committed to the cause of saving this world. I knew I could trust you to choose the right path forward, even if that choice came with a heavy price.
What price?
When all is said and done, and the last of the Light Wardens lies slain, I will absorb their corrupted ether, and then I will die. Knowing what I know of your companions, not to mention your champion, they will try to stop me. But in saving one, they would save none. Therefore, I implore you to aid me in concealing my identity and ensuring this tale ends as it must. To this end, I would have you take what I have told you of the Calamity and make of it a portent. A prophetic vision you beheld in the swirling chaos of the rift.
Is this truly thy wish?
History remembered the Warrior of Light, as I knew it would. And I will suffer no other to rescue the champion whose star has charted my course. I will see this tale to a happy end, my friend. There has been enough tragedy.
I mean, he never wanted to be considered a hero, and he ever wanted to adventure beside us. He even mentions that here, if you remember. Correct, von Falkenstein.
Careful now. If you lose control again, the light could claim you for good. Although it's probably only a matter of time before you succumb to the change in any case. What do you mean to do?
I'm going to have a few words with Emmett Grahatia.
we should be on our way. The Ascian mentioned the Tempest, did he not? That's the stormy seas around Calusia to you. His lair must be down there somewhere, hidden beneath the waves.
Meanwhile, Cashel is bashing black mages. Found the answers you sought? Kind of. But I do need some directions. You mean the sea? Not the island? Okay. You mean to leave right now? Alone? Okay. Oh my god, it's a black mage! Black mage duel engaged. I'm ready for you. Black mages duel in a very unique way. What they do is they stand right next to each other, and they both summon their ley lines at once. It's kind of a stick measuring contest. Listen, I would never bash black mages for being total garbage, but no, I am joking. I am joking. Gotta be clear about that. But black scythe wielders are just better in every way. That's all I'm saying. The Amuro can swim, but to reach the ocean floor, that's okay. I can do that. Just take me to the ocean. I got the rest. I'm on a bit of a deadline, too.
Ah, we have found thee.
It was probably really easy. There's probably a giant glaring light coming from over here.
Word reached us of thy recovery, and thus did we gather with all haste. Ah. By thy looks, I gather thou hast gleaned that which I came to tell thee.
Urianger has shared everything with us. The Exarch's true identity and purpose.
I offer no excuses. When I agreed to aid the Exarch with his plans, 'twas in full acceptance of the condemnation I would face when my duplicity was laid bare. Yet it is not rancor, but resolve that I sense in thee. Thou art fully intent upon walking thy path to its end, art thou not? If thou canst forgive my deception, or, failing that, set aside thy displeasure for a time, I do beg leave to follow thee. What strength and wisdom I possess are thine to command.
Dude, I forgive you. Let's go. We are in a hurry.
I thank thee. Doubt not but that I will do all in my power to repay thy kindness and fulfill the Exarch's wishes.
I'm sorry, but I don't think this is a good idea. Leaving the Crystarium, I mean, with or without Urianger.
Huh.
What I did for you won't last forever. There's no telling when the light will break free again. Please, you must stay here. At least for a little while longer. We will find a way to cure this, I promise you.
How can you make promises? We don't even know where to start.
Alize, please. You know Reen was only trying to help.
Of course I know! I know only too well!
Alize's voice actress really does kill it, doesn't she?
But making promises you have no way of keeping is not a kindness. It's a lie. Plain and simple. We've all searched high and low for an answer, and every one of us came back empty-handed. I am not about to stand in his way now. Not after failing him in his hour of need. No! The least we can do is...
We will go with you as well. There is naught to be gained by standing still.
Indeed, we have exhausted every other avenue. Lead, and we shall follow. If there is any hope to be found, then we will surely find it at your side.
Are we all in agreement then?
Is there aught we can do to help?
Though we may not know the whole story, we do know you're in for a fight. And while the Exarch's away, it falls to the rest of us to see the Warrior of Darkness is given a proper send-off.
You told them!
No! Well, not in so many words.
Aye, we didn't need it spelled out for us. When the night sky appeared over whichever place you went to, it was harder not to put two and two together.
From the moment I heard that you and the Exarch shared the homeland, I had my suspicions. Long had he been waiting for a certain someone to arrive, and I knew at once that it must be you.
Exactly. When he went up to meet you, it was clear it was no ordinary visitor. That spring in his step spoke volumes. I could feel his excitement.
Imagine waiting a century to meet someone. Your hero, no less.
That's right!
Actually, more than a century. Because he spent time on the source waiting, too.
We do not fully understand where you or the Exarch hail from, or why you've all done so much to protect us. But we are deeply grateful nonetheless. So, if there is anything at all we might do to aid your journey, you need only name it. What would you have of us?
You might have invited them to join us, where there are not so many. But come, they are waiting. What is your will, O Warrior of Darkness?
Damn it, you're Stola. We are going to succeed. So, defend until we return. Doesn't even matter if it's not the truth. That's what should be said here. Hold the line while we are gone. We will be back. Party members grown by one. Just so you know, I will not look kindly on any further attempts to leave us behind. Oh, at least, Jorian. I once said I wanted to fight for Justinian, that I wanted to save him, not let him be sacrificed for a cause. Now I say the same to you. Gods knows you've spent enough time charging into danger on our behalf. It's only fair we return the favor. Oh, and I once again reiterate my statement that I've said several times. Shadow was the first time that this game actually felt like we had a party, and I love it. The volunteers who journeyed to Kalusia have all been safely returned to their homes. They've also assured us that they will do their best to hold the Eaters at bay in our absence. I suppose the trust system helps, but I really do mean narratively, not just gameplay-wise. There's nothing I can do to cleanse you of the Light's corruption, but I'll do everything in my power to keep it in check. If the Warden's ether overwhelms you again, you will become Sin Eater, so save your strength for when it really matters. Thou didst plan to commandeer Namara for a journey to the open sea. I fear the following dive into Emetselk's underwater abode would drain even thy legendary stamina. Thus, during thy convalescence, we considered the most efficacious method for reaching the depths of the Tempest, and I believe I have arrived at a most elegant solution. Yet ere we discuss this step, I suggest thou dost conclude such pressing business as remains in the Ecosterium. Once the sea closeth, we are unlikely to surface again until our grand deed is done. So I'm ready to go. Right now. So, I would petition the aid of the Fae, terrible idea, a being with whom I have yet to meet face to face. Rather than waste words with explanation, join me in the hamlet of Sullen. And you've learned how to swim, right? Yeah, Jay? Hey, Bregman. Do you think he knows how to swim? Nope, I don't either. Alright, well, we'll see how this goes. It's actually funny. I suppose I am blessed. And I mean that sincerely. I don't get bored of things as long as they're good. If that makes any sense. I haven't gotten tired of playing FF14 because it's FF14. The only thing I got tired of was the damn class quest and the side quest, and I don't think I need to explain that one. Yeah, I can just eat coffee biscuits all day long. I'd be good with it as long as they're good. I'm kind of serious. I don't get dulled with things. I could watch the Lord of the Rings trilogy over and over and over. I know this because I have when I was in convalescence from the accident. I never got bored of it because it's a great movie. So I have that blessing. You're probably wondering why I bring this up here. It's because one of the narrative arcs that I really love... There's a lot of ways it's been called over the years. But it's the friends are our power thing. FF6 does this, FF9 does this, Kingdom Hearts does this. A lot of fiction, a huge amount of fiction do the we together manage it kind of a thing. Hell, Warcraft and Starcraft, back when they were actually good, do this exact same trope too, just in a different concept, right? Yeah, I've never gotten tired of it, and I hope I never do. So, there's a giant lake over there. Though it is to my shame I can but flail and flounder, whereas thou mayest glide as a fish. So, I shall board a boat, and spare you the spectacle of mine inept strokes. See, that's the thing. And I'm with you, Jorian. Because, as I mentioned earlier, the very first thing I said was, I like it when it's well done. So, yeah, I've seen Power of Friendship scenes that are, frankly, face-palming and stupid. And it's like, what is this crap? Why is this? You know? But then I've also seen them done quite well. And pretty much every example I just mentioned. Hell, Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance is probably one of the better My Friends Are My Power moments in that whole series, and that whole series is built on that concept. If you are familiar with the game, you know the exact scene I'm talking about. Come on. Getting that slow move bug. I swear it has something to do with, like, climbing. Isn't this an optional dungeon? I swear there's a dungeon where we are on a thing and it's going forward and trash comes to us. I swear that's a dungeon because I accidentally queued for the wrong one. Okay, I was gonna say, I know that's a thing. Just seeing this made me think about that. I was gonna say, there's no dungeon after this until Amarot in the MSQ. That's why I was like, wait. So, reminds me of a certain primal. Most perceptive. According to lore of the Pixies, we are even now perched on the back of an ancient Fey entity. His name is Bismarck. Yep, the self-same. I would enlist your aid in doing this. Yada, yada, yada. Okay. God, it's weird how few quests we have till the end of the game. Well, to the end of the vanilla 5.0. 4.0? 5.0.
Wir Sach, Bilan Bismail.
Oh, great and serene, Bismarck. Long has it been since my name was called. Why do you wake me, little neighbor? To the bottom of the Western Sea we go. Pray lend us your back and your breath. This world is in twilight. I wait for the sun to set. I wish only to sleep.
Oh dear. I don't need to speak Fey to know that didn't go well.
I know what to do. Fail. Fail. I've remembered for once. Just this once. Phil? Wait, what? Okay, okay. Personal space.
Oh, my snake yak! You've learned to call me at last! And where do you go? On a trip? A journey? I knew you wouldn't give up without a fight. Oh, my precious mortal, I shall help you in any way I can. Yes, Bismail.
Sleepy Bismarck, you old pixie. These are my precious, precious saplings. Let their wish be the king's command. What a rare thing to awaken to. My beautiful king, if it be thy wish, then so shall it be done.
Be sure to scrub this one's teeth for him upon your return. It's only good manners.
It will be done, Your Majesty. Our deepest thanks for your timely intervention.
An agreement is reached and your departure is at hand. You wingless ones best hold on tight.
5 more minutes.
May the blessings of the Fae keep you safe, Inba.
Yeah, our souls are a little bit too shiny right now, so... To the Western Sea we go. Wrapped in my breath, I will see you to your destination, little neighbors. Yeah, see, compared to the earlier Golem thing, this is practically mundane. Just riding a giant whale. Which we've also done before. Go ahead, get the FF4 jokes out of your system. Same model, actually, underneath all the island. Yep, this Bismarck is a Fae, as opposed... This is probably close to what the original Bismarck was back in the source. Tales of Hesperia.
And just like that, it's all gone back to the way it was.
Well...
What was you expecting? 100 years of honey and rainbows?
That sounds boring as
Seeing them
piss.
Gilmore types wake up and smell the ashes was miracle enough for me.
The magic in the air when that ladder started moving. And when that great hulking talos rose up. Gods.
There's no God.
1,000 years and never behold anything so amazing.
You might want to turn around.
What the? Do you see that?
What? There's no gods!
What a monster! Where did it even come from?
Sin's coming. Sin's coming.
It's not stopping.
I shouldn't laugh at this, but, you know... Sorry, we'll pay for the... And yeah, I like to think that Moogles are effectively what's left of the Fae. I have fulfilled my duty. I return now to the lake. I have not flown in an age. It was pleasant. May your journey be a safe one, little neighbors. You know, I just noticed the time. We actually have more time than I thought. It's earlier than I thought it was. I might take a brief pause to recover myself. Like, we're not beating the game tonight, but I think we can make some good progress. Because we have so much to talk about.
Wow.
That's what I'm hoping as to mean. The Sylphs? Possibly. They don't follow most of the rules of a Fae, though.
The breath of Bismarck. See how it swells to form a dome beneath the waves? The waters recede. The tempest's floor is laid bare.
That just means they have to die, Blade Trevall.
In defiance of the blinding sky, this place holds fast to its gloom. The last refuge of he who denies the light with every fiber of his being. You stand at the precipice, hero. Journey unto the heart of darkness. Finish it.
I don't know, I've seen that film. I don't think that's going to work out well. Welcome to the Tempest, the final zone of Shadowbringers. Alright, yep. I'm going to take a brief pause, just to kind of refresh myself so I can walk into this with a clear mind. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Stretch his head. Face washed. I dare say Urianger endured much playful attention from the pixies to learn the lore of Bismarck. He's nothing if not a dedicated scholar. What it? Well, that water out of the way, we'd be able to venture quite some distance. Him itself must be hiding around here somewhere. Yeah, about that. It's amazing. I can't even see the surface. This monarch must be powerful indeed to create a dome of this size. I can only pray whatever gods are listening that it continues to hold. I'm being impressed by the domes of the Ruby Sea, but this makes them look like bubbles in a stream. Full glad am I that Bismarck was true to his word. We arrived in the Tempest safe and dry. As here we shall find the lair of Emitselk, and I believe the imprisoned Exarch as well, for in Ascian alone it is of course a trifling matter to flee into the rift, yet I suspect such travel is nigh impossible with a mortal in one's custody. Nay, he would not soon risk his prize when the Exarch's very body serves as the key to the Crystal Tower and its powers of temporal transportation. Thus, I'm all but certain, in this underwater realm harboreth our friend and enemy both. We are but to find them. In the event you leave the area, this is how you get back. I'm good, I already got the waypoint. So, I doubt Emitselk will be sitting around in the open. So, I propose we look around. Let's be off. Watch your footing. The ground is still wet and like to be slippery. Casual. Universal language of jumping. Keeping the camera down. I suppose I could just warp down here now that I look at it. Probably shouldn't look at the map too much either now that I'm thinking about that too. There's a bunch of side quests here. There's some cool lore, and then there's a bunch of dumb stuff. That's about it. I really have so little to talk about this area. This area. Come back! Frickin' Sahagin. Remember, Sahagin really like fruit, so if we have an orange on us, this is going to work out really well. I just realized I'm being a terrible host. I shall eat some chocolate. Yeah, the side quests here were whatever. Finless ones, they followed me. You come. Was it you who took away our water? Hi. Sorry. RB. Ah, this is where Ondo make their home. I wondered. Pray forgive this the inconvenience. We are not aware your people lived in the Tempest. We need this great dome of air that we might conduct a most urgent search, thus beg for your understanding. Chieftain, what do we do? Kill them! Kill them all! Are you emissaries of the Ancient Ones? The mysteries have stirred. We have seen the illuminated land shining through the gloom of the abyss. If you are the emissaries of the Chosen, I beg you welcome. If you are not, I bid you leave. Oh yeah, we're totes emissaries. Would you be willing to elaborate? I would not. I suggest we withdraw for the moment. Okay. We can do that. We can be nice. We know when we're not wanted. Oh, I totally feel you on that, Disco. So what's your plan? Given your condition, I'm reluctant to suggest lingering here. That said, our present meandering search would proceed more swiftly if we call upon the Ondo's local knowledge. Yes, I'd like to know more about this illuminated land the chieftain spoke of. Could it be Emmett Selk's stronghold? Maybe he lit lanterns on his return? We cannot dismiss the possibility, but if these Ondo refuse to speak with us... Lord, do you remember my first scheme for entering Gilmore? I had planned to ingratiate myself offering lucrative trading opportunities. Yep. Kind of approach. The chieftain fellow didn't leave us many options. Well, if we are to tread the swiftest course, we must needs locate its beginning. 'Tis plain our all-too-dramatic arrival hath thrown this settlement into confusion. Were we to solve such problems as we have caused, and assure our hosts thereby that our purpose here is not inimical to them, we may yet prove amenable to reason. I spell chores, but very well, if it could be done quickly. Yeah, we are very much on a time deadline. What do you think? I've nothing better to offer, but I wonder what will happen if the Ondo's tails lend up beating to a dead end. I can't say for certain, but I sense this tribe has a deeper connection to the Ascians than first meets the eye. It warrants further investigation. I cast my vote in favor of aiding the settlement for the time being. Alright, let's do what we do best. And it's settled, Y'shtola. Pray proceed. The rest of us will see about fostering goodwill. Yay, side quest. And they're all done. Okay, cool. I've delivered the fruit. No, I'm joking. But seriously, it would be nice if I could just say, oh yeah, you've already done all the side quests. Well, in that case. Or, you won't believe I just bumped into it. It's Pashon, the very fellow I did business with. Waited and you did not come. Then the Mistall came, but his visits did not continue. Yeah, I'm sorry. Things did not proceed as planned. Is there aught we can do by way of apology? Perhaps. Where the Dry Return, a cavern to the north, is home to giant crabs. We do not fear crabs, for we are faster and switter, but now there's no water, so now the crabs are a danger. We got your back. Yeah, if we just suddenly flooded a town, I don't think they'd be super happy. I was actually thinking to myself how fortunate it is that Sahagin can breathe in air in addition to in water. Because imagine if they couldn't. I'm pretty sure we did kill a few creatures and, fauna in this, but, killing off the Sahagin would be a little bit of a social faux pas. Look, this ecosystem was dying before we got here. That's all I'm saying. Everything? Cool. Ah, cat hair. You know what's worse than cleaning up cat hair or dust? Smoke residue. Probably one of the worst things I've ever had to clean. Ugh. You could crack their shells. You must be stronger than you look. Do I not look strong? I see you've reached your quota first again. I shall never be your equal in such tasks. Still, I would say we have reduced the local crab population to a far less threatening number. My thanks to both of you. You must have a reward. No, this is meant to be part of our apology. Besides which, the lack of water is our doing, for which we must also make amends. Might I convince you to tell us something about your village instead? I would like to learn more about you and your people. Sure, yeah. Before the flood came, it said our ancestral home was found in the seas to the south. It was utterly destroyed by the light. Only those who were out hunting survived. They swam, aimless and lost, until they spied buildings on the ocean floor. Strange buildings as they were, they had long since stood under the water, yet somehow they had been spared the scars of time and current. These structures provided shelter for my people. protection from the Tempest's turbulent waters and the predators which hunted within them. Their very existence seemed a miracle. The first settlers pondered their good fortune. It was clear the race who built them had such wonders in guiding their course, and from who did this they did discern the truth. The ancients had chosen us to serve as caretakers of their eternal sanctuary until such time as which they returned. Thus, if it is judged that you're coming, and this vanishing of water was by the ancients' design, you will find warm welcome here. Ah, an astonishing history, yet I cannot help but wonder how will the significance or otherwise of our arrival be decided. The ancients have blessed us with protection and prosperity. That's debatable. If your presence serves to bring us the same, there will be no doubt in the matter. Got it. Side quests. Go figure. We thank you for the lesson. We'll continue to do all we can to assist your people. And should you desire to help with any other trouble, pray do not hesitate to ask. Now, we should return to our friends. Don't overexert yourself. I know, right, Alex? If you help us out, you're cool. If you're not, you must die. Okay, die might be a bit harsh, but you know. Laura, have you learned aught of note? Fascinating, and precisely the sort of information I was hoping to hear. In fact, if you have a moment, I'd like to borrow your eyes to confirm a theory I've been working on. Come. Yes, mother. Interesting. Can't really see it right now with the current time scale, whatever point in time we're at. Now, there are two tasks which I would have you perform. The first requires you to inspect the buildings and their distinctive characters. Second, use a knife. Okay. I would borrow your eyes. Yeah, sure. I don't know. Oh, yeah! Why would you do that? I need your eyes. This building insulted my honor. Stab it for me. Okay. There it is. There it is. Behold the larva! It seems harmless. Okay. We're cool. But what's that right next to it? There's a shoe bill here, at the bottom of the ocean, for some reason. Okay, we're cool. The tall, slender tower features many elaborate windows, like to which you've never seen elsewhere. Yeah, there's a couple of shoe bills in this expansion for some reason. That's probably the funniest one, though. And what have you discovered? Yes, I would agree the windows are most distinctive. It would seem the structures appear to both to your sight and mind. Can you not scratch the wall, even with all your might, behind the blade? Yeah, I broke the knife, sorry. Lord, every time I return this place, my gaze is drawn by peculiar materials for which I don't have a name. The buildings I had you investigate are prime examples. They may appear to be constructed of stone, but that's not stone. If pressed, I would describe the substance as a composite of mineral properties, blended to create a material of unparalleled durability. Even the Ronkin Empire, once the greatest power in Norvrand, produced nothing which compares to this level of perfection. But if not the Ronkins, then who? Who would the ancients the Ondo claim as architects of their sanctuary? I suspect our answer lies with the reason Emet withdrew here to the Tempest. He may simply have wished to retreat somewhere mere mortals would struggle to reach, but there are many such remote locations. Why here, specifically? Emet is devoted to his role, and thus we might assume his choice of stronghold serves the Ascian agenda. Or mayhap 'tis a place more dear to him than any other. So this place was built by ancient Ascians. That is my theory, that these structures are remnants of a time before history, of a star that was yet whole and unbroken. Such traces in the source would have been obliterated by the succession of umbral calamities, but here in the first they might have remained untouched for millennia. A copy of the mural in the Katana Ravel. Almet presented to me during my visit to Fano after our victory in Kalusia. Advice on coping with ADHD? I don't have ADHD, so I don't know. I also haven't studied it, so I really got nothing on that one. But thank you very much for the donation. I will put that towards Ace Combat Zero. This design is much simplified, of course, but you see similarities between the towers and those you've just inspected. We are close to the truth, I feel. Let us search the surroundings for another tower, one which matches the picture near enough to remove old doubt. From what I've seen, not more than sand and more sand lies to the east, and the south holds no such structures, so let's try the northwest. Okay. Yeah, I'm with Yosin Corp. If you have ADHD, go talk to a medical professional who is licensed and capable. Don't talk to people on the internet. I can help you with a lot of things, but that is not one of them. Hey, you want to talk finance? I got your back. Rule 1 of finance. Give me all your... Don't do that. Rule 1 of finance. If someone says give you all their money, don't do it. It's a good rule. Yeah, whatever you do, don't listen to me, Cardboard Golem. No matter what you do, okay? If you listen to me, you will someday possibly die of old age. Do you want to live with that? I mean, I just took your money, Rama, so that doesn't change it. I guess I'm a little bit cheaper. Though I cannot guess its purpose, it must have been an imposing sight. How much of the tower's height lies beneath the ground, I wonder? Centuries of history have settled on the ruins, countless layers of dust and sediment. An entire civilization, its existence forgotten by all but a handful of Ascians. And yet it did exist. They lived here in this city. Let's focus on what we learned. The Ondo chieftain spoke of mystery stirring, a land illuminated. He believes this phenomenon related to the ancients' return. Thus we can surmise what Ondo saw shining in the abyss wall was in all likelihood another remnant of this age-old civilization. And who else would light the lanterns, as Reen put it, than Emetzelk himself? He is almost certainly here. If we were to find this stronghold in a timely manner, it would seem gaining the Ondo's trust remains our swiftest path forward. Thank you for your assistance. So I'd like to tell you to sit down and rest. Your condition demands we hurry the hell up. So up the hell hurry, shall we? And yeah, that is the eternal problem, Terra. There's a difference between a therapist and a shrink, after all. Alphanos, friend, you and your companions have done much to repair the damage caused by the water's parting. Anything else? Have you been to the Walls of the Forgotten? I think I just came from them. The remnants? Yeah. Could it be your footsteps were guided by the ancients? I believe it's so. Listen then, and I will tell you of our plans to bring the light to the wall, so we might answer the shining call of the illuminated land. We have requested a finless craftsman to shape for us a sacred lamp. He's odd for a land dweller, but he's really good at what he does. He's totally not the best smith, this world's version of the best smith in the world. Which means I guess he's like 1/13th of the best smith in the world? No, I guess it'll be more like 1/8 at this point. And yeah, this is where I got most of my armor. At least cosmetically. Only some of it am I wearing, like I said, but... It's easy 80 gear. Artifact armor, yada yada yada. We're walking, we're walking. What we got? You. Talk to me or die. Well, that's just great! Mine's playing tricks on me now. Look, Reynolds, someone's coming to visit you at the bottom of the bleeding ocean. Or are you a ghost? Go on, foul shade. Feast him yourself on my rotten soul. I have no use for it. A craftsman that can't craft is more pointless than a sea slug with a dome and hammer. And that's an insult to sea slugs. I will do the dumbest emote in the game. Oh, that's not it. That's it. That's like an okay emote. Let me try to raise my spirits now. Spirit? Not what you'd expect from a servant of the netherworld. Yours, Disco. Yeah, it's totally Geralt. Has it really come to this? What's that supposed to mean? Not impressed with what you see? I may have let myself go a bit. It was meant to be me underwater sanctuary, a place where I could concentrate on my work, far from the distractions of the outside world. How did you build this place? And here you stand. Now it's so damned important that you dive all the way down to the bleeding tempest to meet me. Well... No, like the Warrior of Light, Disco. Your Warrior of Light. Ah, the Ondo's lamp. Curse me, empty head. I've not so much as made a start. I'm so pathetic and terrible. Have you tried booze? I didn't bring any booze down with me when I built my underwater sanctuary. Ah, right. Okay. Do you have an elevator? No. Bring them light to the ruins will be an act of deep religious and cultural significance. It was my privilege to make them an instrument worthy of the occasion, but I can't do it. I'm so terrible. I've pissed away my last drop of inspiration. Drink! 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 Anyways. So, what do you got? Me? I'm not a okay, I'm totally a blacksmith. I'm actually a better blacksmith than you are, to be blunt. This guy's probably the third best blacksmith, but, you know. The Ondo want to honor the coming of the ancients, so their answering has to blaze with the right kind of brightness. So, spark a crystal? No, it doesn't chance with joy, but I need to do something, you know what I mean? Your thoughts turn to the warriors of light from the first, and the crystals you discover. Maybe Geralt would find them inspiring. Yeah, sure. Here you go, buddy. Be inspired. Tataru is a blacksmith? Actually, it's funny. One of the most common types of houses I'll make in Minecraft is an underwater house. I've got a whole process for it and everything, because it takes a lot of work and effort to do. Well, mostly time, really. And it's easy to drown while doing it. Listen, nobody's hair is as fabulous as mine. And done. I swear the only reason this quest exists is so that people can be like, hey, this is where you get your artifact gear. Eventually. Okay, that's impressive. Under the lava house. Yeah, that was, I've been across the length and breadth of Norbrand, gobbled up every scrap of crafting wisdom I could find. But no matter which technique I tried, my work was just no comparison. Couldn't even figure out how to put the damn buildings together. Mystery for the ages, which drew me here in the first place. Anyways, I'm pathetic and terrible, but now I'm amazing. Yeah. My inspiration's fading through me. Give me a chance, I'll make you more gear once you hit 80 with any class, and also finish a role quest. Yep, that's exactly what I just said. Thank you, game. that you have here? It's your lamp. A lamp. The Finless One has kept his promise. My people tell of the many deeds you have performed in the name of aiding the cups. Now you've come to me, Bear. I aided his cups. Drink! Drink! Bearing the light we had almost surrendered hope of ever seeing. We can doubt your purity no longer. Your arrival is the will of the Ascians. Kinda. Gather your companions. We shall speak once more.
O stewards of the Ondo, we offer up our light in answer.
That crystal you showed the artisan. Was it... Did it belong to one of my friends?
Yeah. I thought you were always watching me.
I tried to give you a measure of privacy. No one wants a spirit looking over their shoulder every moment of the day. So tell me, if you would, how did you come across that crystal?
Explain, explain, explain.
I was right then. Strange that I should learn such things now, after they're long gone. They were fine friends, every one of them. I didn't expect death to teach me so much. About them, about Seto, about you, about the hope that hides at the heart of this world. I've never been one for idle chit-chat, but if by some miracle I could see them all again, I doubt I would ever stop talking. I'm grateful I got to bend your ear at least. And just for that, I reckon I'll stick with you. To the very end.
You heard it here. The only thing Little Runner's actually good for is conversation.
Apologies, we were a little late to the gathering.
It seems we succeeded in gaining their trust.
The delay wasn't exactly welcome, but at least our many hands made light work. And they seemed especially impressed with your contribution. Our hero indeed.
Yeah, can we please hurry up? I'm kind of dying.
He was telling us those structures may date back to the age of the Ascians.
An Ascian homeland. Despite his many protestations, I never quite believed Emmett Selk was telling the truth.
Nor I. But there is no denying the evidence before our eyes. Clearly this was once a great city. A home they would see restored, no matter how many tens of thousands of years it takes.
It's a hollow dream when you think about it. Even if they manage to rejoin all the worlds, they'll never bring back the ones who were lost.
Girl.
But would I have done any different?
How are you feeling?
Like my soul is on fire.
You have completed your devotions?
Yes. To the honored ancients have we offered up our prayers and our gratitude. You too have our thanks.
Might we trouble thee then to tell us more of the illuminated land of which thou didst lately speak?
To the west of here lies a great trench. Some days ago, a light appeared in that endless darkness. Curious, we ventured closer and discovered in the depths an entire city. The buildings we spied were akin to our own everlasting abodes, impossibly so. We understood at once the ancients had risen. There could be no doubt. Taken with terror, we retreated to the cups, and I decreed that none should enter the trench until such time as we received a sign.
Might it still be possible to reach this city of the ancients?
With no water to drown you, a finless one could now travel there. Yes. I am convinced you are the sign for which we have been waiting. My people will show you the way.
Shall we?
Oh, yes. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go! Let's go! Yeah, okay. Sorry, I've been debating the schedule for a minute here. I think we are going to go ahead and commit to just going as far as we can. We will not reach the next dungeon, and that's okay. So let's see how far we get, shall we? You want me to go down, don't you? God damn it. Which town was that? Is this over here? No, hang on. Over here? No. There we go, here we go. I had to do some side quests down here too, that sucked. If Silk is in that trench, we have to assume he's not swimming in salt water. I wouldn't want to find ourselves at the edge of Bismuth's puddle with no air to breathe. On our way at last. It seems far darker down here, but I'll not start at a few shadows. We are moving in a group, yes? You have everything you need. If that artisan fellow is skilled as they say, you may wish to avail yourself of his services. Maybe later. Itself hath made himself difficult to reach, yet every step we take bringeth us nearer to his stronghold. Let us not linger, lest the Exarchs suffer for our late arrival. Meeting the Ondo was fascinating. They live just like us in some ways, but act completely different in others. The way they think, the way they play. I'd love to come back and more learn about the culture. I wonder if the dome will last that long. In the time I've spent helping the Ondo, I've been introduced to quite a few of the local varieties of sea life. Although sea monsters is better the term, maybe we should avoid them. All gathered? Yes. Okay, so go in, go the wall down, and down, and down. Once at the bottom, go northwest, west, and west. Cool. Thanks. Right, into the deeper depths we go. Alphino, you're up front. Alright, so hang on, let me see if I got this right. It's down, and then down. And then down, and then down, and then down, and then down. Got it. Our guide bade us travel to the cabin floor and thence to the west. Yet 'twould seem these tunnels defy such simple instruction. Rather than rely on direction alone, I suggest we scout with care, relay the path to those ahead. Relay the path that lies ahead, Jesus Christ, to those that come behind. Okay. We go over here, there's going to be a giant flaming horse. If you've passed the giant flaming horse, you've gone too far. Hey, Narset. I'm a little tired, but that's okay. Because we're about to be at a really awesome part of the game. Hello, you have a choice of 2 routes. You can either take the long way south or skip along the coral branch, as my sister has done. I will be following my sister's example. I'll be flying, if that's okay with you. Yeah, it's right there. I technically should be able to see it, but, you know, whatever. I'm actually kind of happy that we can't see it. On to it. Eliza's already gone ahead. We should catch up with her. The underwater flaming horse. Right. There you are. Come on. I think we found the tunnel we're looking for. We're really going in here, aren't we? Well, whatever. Let's not go down there, because we're at the going west part. And unlike these yahoos, I actually brought a compass. Right here. Well, we found something. Not sure what that is. Here, this must be the barrier the Ondo spoke of. Well, that was rather more arduous than expected. I feel some rush of gratitude for the smooth roads our ancestors cut through the wilderness. Yeah, you ever just go across bushland? Because that's not fun. 'Twas a treacherous path indeed. Now I believe one of us need but raise a hand to banish this next obstacle. Lore, I elect you to do the honors. Yeah, let me infuse it with, I don't know, a few 100 million pounds of light energy. God, just like that. I suppose we should head in. God, that sounds terrible, Alex. My goodness. Like as not, this tunnel just as the perilous as the road we just walked here, so let's try not to do this. Yeah, everyone put on your shades. Get your blinders on. Or like those visors you use when you're welding. Yeah, something like that. Shield your eyes. Now, I'm kind of skipping over it, but I want you to keep in mind just how much effort is being done on the trip here. This feels like we're actually going to the final dungeon, and we are, but it feels very FF7-y, right? You know, going down into the depths of the earth. That's important.
By the gods.
Because it serves as perfect contrast to that.
When the Ondo spoke of a city, I did not think they meant an actual city.
We are seeing the same view. The remnants in the Ondo settlement were solid material structures. But these... everything here pulses with ether. 'Tis an enchantment on a monumental scale.
And yeah, there's so much to talk about here, and I'll try to restrain myself a little bit. But yeah, first of all, this is a city by our standards, which is kind of new to them. Even Garlemald is like nowhere near what we're talking about here. For those of them that have actually been to Garlemald, those are skyscrapers, and there's lots of them. You know, this is downtown. But what she revealed, what Y'shtola mentioned there, is really impressive. Now, Mr. Red jumped the gun on it, as he is wont to do, but that's okay. Because the really important thing here is this is the follow-through. Earlier we saw that Emmett Selk was able to almost effortlessly find Y'shtola in the ether, pluck her out of it, grant her new clothes based on having seen them once. All of that is an insane amount of ether crafting and mastery. And all of that absolutely pales in comparison to this. The idea of having the amount of ether and control to not only to build this to begin with, but to maintain it is absolutely insane. I actually cannot express this. Except I can try to explain it because the game has tried to explain it via Omega. Omega, the single most deadly and powerful monster that we have dealt with so far, which had an entire pocket dimension which it controlled, required that pocket dimension and very specific rule sets in order to be able to craft temporary facsimiles. And even then, it was still extraordinarily limited and bound within the binds of its own understanding of what it was looking at. This sweeps all that aside effortlessly in terms of scope and scale. This is insanity. And then, hang on, I'm not done yet, it says so much about how much the home that he has been striking. We've been talking about this the whole time. We've been talking about Emmett Selk's characterization and motivations and backstory as we go, but this is one of the first times the game really slams you in the face with... No, he did create it, Bump 100%. This is... it's a recreation. It's not actually there. It is a crafted... It's crafted. Now I lost my train of thought. It says so much about what he thinks of home and how much his goal means to him. Not just in the usual way. It's not... I know this sounds like I'm describing obsession, but that's actually not what I'm describing. What I'm describing is something closer to desperation. This is the one thing that's kept him going. The idea of having his home back. The home he lost. The people he lost. It is... the ideal is... I keep telling you he's an idealist. This is what his ideal is. Yeah, this is the worst pangs of nostalgia. This is insanity. And it's actually about to get even worse. By the way, I just gave this whole sequence 2 pluses to story, and I don't think I need to explain myself here. It's big, I'll grant you, but cluttered city streets are far more conducive to infiltration than wide open spaces. This will work to our advantage, trust me. Thanks, Thancred. You'd think all those tall buildings would be frightening, but for some reason they just make me feel sad. Oh yeah, by the way, since all of us are technically in distant remnants of pieces of people who used to live here, to some distant extent or another, everyone should feel something upon seeing Amarant. When the chieftain spoke of the lights shining from the abyss, this is not at all what I imagined. Why would he do this? I just answered that, but, you know. Emmett Selk holds the Exarch captive somewhere in that vast city, yet even if we must search every alleyway, we will find him. One cannot blame the Yonder for fleeing the spectacle of these brooding evidences. We, however, have not the luxury of fear. Lord, did you note the style of the architecture? Same as the one at the cups and the murals painted towers. Look closely. Emmett Selk has not simply recreated these ruins. He has reclaimed these ruins. He has layered the semblance of an entire city upon them. God, the magnitude of this artifice is staggering. Though it pains me to admit we are not fully capable of understanding the feats of which the old world Ascian is capable. Yeah, more than anything else, this right here impressed the crap out of me. And that's why I say he is the single strongest, deadliest, and most skilled master of ether that we've ever seen. Or, more accurately, that I've ever seen. It's intimidating, yes, but we have to start somewhere. Why don't we have a closer look? And yeah, I wasn't even going to talk about that, but you're right, Scion. Emmett Selk is the last one. More ways than one. Yeah, by the way, there's actually another thing we're about to find out, which I'm kind of holding on to. But you may or may not remember, way back in the ARR Crafter quests, I said, you know, I bought all the stuff in the auction house to turn. I was like, hang on. Pretend for a moment if I had enough mastery of ether to be able to just make something out of thin air. Right? Just imagine that for a moment. Now, obviously I don't, but such a thing is theoretically possible. And I just let that sit there. Overdid what, Cadus? No. I mean, no, obviously I don't think that, but I'm curious what you mean. Look at the size of those doors. Now I know how pixies must feel. Oh, the magnitude of the city. Oh, no, 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 no. If anything, there's a whole lore runner recognized. Welcome to the city of Amarot. Will you be riding the lift? Did the building just welcome you? Mayhap it's not so passing strange. Did Emmett Selk not invite Lore to visit his abode? 'Tis plain thy coming was expected. Yeah, the Ascians are, well, the lift services every level of Akora Heights, but is presently configured to convey passengers directly to the ground floor. Well, there you have it. In the absence of a few hundred yalms of rope, we have little choice but to accept the offer. Emphasis on we. We're not letting you walk into that place alone. Honestly, at this point, I would like to not be alone, please. I wish to ride the lift. As you wish. Arriving shortly. You know what's funny is this. We keep talking about how FF14 Shadowbringers is so much more an FF game than the previous expansions. What's something that goes all the way back to literally the beginning of Final Fantasy as a franchise? Technologically advanced ancients. Going as far back as FF1. Can't believe how tall everything is. To put that into a bit of perspective, ancient technologically advanced races predate chocobos and Moogles, which are both considered hallmarks of the series. Oh, and Cid, who was only retconned back into 1. He was invented in 2. Each of these towers seems a veritable city in itself. Even a Gigas would feel inadequate in such surroundings. Just a moment. Thought I saw something. Mine eyes do not deceive. We stand in some manner of communal square. I'm actually with Rax, but we'll talk about that in a minute. It's only at this distance you start to realize how big the buildings really are. Would that voice call the city Amarot? Look, over there. It's a person. Well, no it isn't. No, that's a giant. They don't seem to have noticed us yet. Giant or no, a resident of this place may have much more to tell us. I say we make the first move. Alpha, no, you can't just... Look at how tall they are. Now, I admit, if I was... the creators, the designers, had a choice on deciding how tall the Amarosians were. The Ancients. They could have decided to make them how tall or smaller they wanted to. But, you know... They decided to make them big, and here they are. Pray forgive my boldness. Might I ask you a few questions? That's how big they are, by the way. You know how tall I am. I'm a giant. What adorable costumes. Are you children on an excursion? This district has much to teach you. That's a little too tall even for me. No, that sounded like no language I've ever heard, yet I understood every word. Just as he understood us. Which district is this exactly? Oh, you must be lost, you poor things. You stand in the Polylyrite district, wherein lie the institutions most vital to the management of our planet. Can you tell us where to find Emmett Selk? Ah, I see. You've come to marvel at the workings of the Convocation of the 14. Yeah, haha, by the way. Hardly surprising, I suppose. The whole world holds its breath as the final days draw near. and our brightest minds race to implement their plans. By the way, recognize the mask? If you don't, I don't blame you. But it should look familiar for anybody who did the Warring Triad all the way back in Heaven's Word. Thus, you must understand that gaining an audience at this time will be next to impossible. You should hurry back home before your families begin to worry. Do you need me to walk you back? No, thank you. We will be fine. Very well. Take care, little ones. So, okay, grain of salt, this is Emmett Selk's summoning. So these are all things, reflections that are based on his memories and his desires to summon thereof. But I have no particular reason to think that these are substantially different than the originals. There's probably fine details that are missing, but this is probably indicative of what these people were like. How many times have you heard me talk about an idyllic setting? You probably have, because I've talked about, there are 3 in fiction. There's Star Trek, under some auspices. There's Pokemon, 10-year-old goes out and is fine. And there's My Little Pony, Equestria is better than real life. For all intents and purposes, this is kind of a little in-between 4th option here. By everything we know and understand, the Amarosian society was idyllic, in the truest sense of the word. A society in which a 10-year-old could go out and be fine by themselves. A society in which, upon seeing a total stranger, your first thought would be worry for them or care for them. A society in which people would, without hesitation, do whatever it is they could to help each other out, etc., etc. There are other examples we'll see in a bit. Now, again, how much of that is true? There is a grain of salt involved. But like I said, it is my opinion that he is not that far from the mark. Oh, and in case you missed that, he is summoning what are effectively people out of his memories. Which is just even more mind-boggling than the city that we're looking at. The city and the density of the ether involved here is absolutely it's just... It's beyond scale. We don't have the ability to comprehend that off the top of our heads. But then you add in the precision of someone who can think, talk, act, react. It's effectively a holodeck program, but anybody who knows anything about holodeck programs knows that there's an AI running that. There's a GM running that. And so this is still a very impressive feat. And yeah, exactly. What we just talked to is probably closer to a VI, to use modern terminology. But nevertheless, a very advanced, intellectually capable script. And that's insanity. Final days. I mean, I don't remember the Atelier world other than the fact that there was this dude who wanted to destroy it with darkness, so, you know. A catastrophe of unprecedented scale which did set in motion the summoning of Zodiark, and thence Heidelin herself. But that happened centuries and centuries ago. A little longer than that. The man spoke as if they were rushing to avert a disaster here and now. Exactly. Unless for these people the distant past is here and now. This is his memories of the final days. Emmett Selk has resurrected a memory, a moment in time from before the planet was sundered. So, we find ourselves in a long-destroyed city inhabited by long-departed. An unusual situation, to be sure. At least we're able to parley with these ancients. In fact, they seem downright eager to chat. I say we use this to our advantage. Split up, strike some conversation, see if we can't learn the location of our quarry. And while we're at it, wouldn't hurt to wheedle out some details. Now I know what you're thinking. Why here? Well, remember that there are ruins of the actual original cities, or possibly Amaron itself, that ended up here. By the way, there's an implication there that bits and pieces of, you know, the society of the original planet, you know, these buildings were so well constructed, or their technology was so well built, that some of it endured the shattering, and pieces of it were scattered here and there. It is implied, although not stated outright, that this particular spot was particularly dense in either buildings in general or Amarot in specific. Ergo, this place quite literally has a piece from his past. Where better to then recreate the bones, recreate the mask of his past than upon its own very bones. I have it on Steam, Trihexia. Listen, you just don't understand how amazing concrete is. If you could perhaps explain the finer points of the creation process. Yeah, here's someone who is effectively a youngling, a child. Just standing next to them so you can get a bit of perspective on this. And yes, I am well aware that even by discussing this to the length that I'm doing, there is assuredly more information, not only in Endwalker, but in future patches, which I remind you I have not seen yet. So please continue to be awesome and continue to not even speculate, mention, or otherwise say, oh yeah, this will be significant later. Don't do that. Don't do that. And thank you, silly idea. As always, I will put that towards off Mortis Ghost. I understand that it makes it hard to discuss, and I notice a lot of people are just kind of watching me chatter about this, which is fine. And I'm fine with that, you know. I am kind of gushing a little bit because this whole section is probably my favorite section of the entire game. I've seen the Advanced Ancients trope so many times that it's rote at this point. But you remember what I mentioned earlier? And I did this on purpose. I don't get bored of things. As long as they're done well. And frankly, this is a really well done The Ancients Were Secretly Technologically Advanced story. And I've seen a bunch of those. Have you not heard? And in fact, actually, it's funny. They're not even really arguably technologically advanced. This is just extraordinarily advanced magic. They talk about this in some of the side quests. They talk about the nature of how they craft stuff. There's a building you could go to. I forget if this is a side quest or not, so forgive me. But there's a building you could go to where you can file for inventing something, which is just something you build, just an idea. It's like, I want to make sunglasses. Okay, well, what do they do? Well, they do this and this. Okay, go ahead and try it. Fascinating. And then it goes into the archives, and then everyone else can learn the pattern of sunglasses, and everyone else can just make sunglasses if it's approved for mass production. And that's just such a cool concept. Have you not heard? Though yet confined to the lands across the sea, a terrible phenomenon afflicts our planet. They're calling it the final days. 'Tis said that it starts suddenly, a cacophonous keening from beneath the earth. Pause. I think it's Lavos, or something like Lavos. Not as a joke, not as a meme, that's my actual theory. Don't say anything. But I wanted to codify this, that is actually my theory, and it's not just a joke. Okay? Cool. The sound distorts all living things within earshot and wrests from us control of our creation magics. Once that happens, all is lost. Fear, pain, despair, every dread impulse is siphoned from our minds and given substance. An eternal fall of fiery rain, an incessant spawning of nightmarish beasts. None can point to the source of the phenomenon. 'Tis as if the star itself has fallen ill, as if a force inimical to life now festers and spreads. Lavos! It's Lavos! Now, hang on. I gotta add something here really quick. There's also an old movie. I'm pretty sure we talked about this last time. Does anyone remember the name of that damn film? It's actually a huge spoiler to even talk about it, but whatever. Let's see here. Forbidden Planet. Man, that's... I can't believe that succeeded. So there's an old sci-fi movie called Forbidden Planet. If you don't want me to spoil it, this would be a good time to mute me for a few seconds. Also, this would be a good time to go watch that film. It's actually a surprisingly good film. But, for those of you who didn't mute me just now, in Forbidden Planet, the Ancients were very technologically advanced, extraordinarily technologically advanced. And they had these devices which they would use, and they would craft things from their thoughts. Now, a human scientist comes across these ruins and is like, oh, these ruins, this technology, this is amazing, this is incredible. But he can't figure out what killed them all. He can't figure out why they all went away, why they died. It's because the back of their mind, the id, was something they just couldn't control. It's something they didn't have power over. And bit by bit, things just kind of started appearing. And appearing. And appearing. And destroying. And destroying. And they killed themselves. Most of their technology survived, but the people killed themselves, not even meaning to. Not even in a conscious way. And that's something that's really emphasized by the film, too, is it was a completely subconscious thing. Subconscious desires and urges, which we as human beings have, which are things that if we were to pull them up to the conscious level would make us horrible, disgusting, depraved, evil creatures. But it's all in the subconscious layer. Fragrant thoughts, flickers, tidbits here and there, etc., etc. Right? Just a little bit. But imagine if all of those suddenly came out. Imagine if all those subconscious desires just suddenly erupted. That's why the society burned. So, that's the other possibility here, the other theory. So when I say Lavos is my theory, it's because I kind of prefer the Lavos thing. But there's one last reason, and I want to share this, and I swear I'll shut up about it so you can stop holding yourself back from your keyboards. I appreciate you, I really do. These are not mutually exclusive. Lavos could be the very first poke. Just puncturing the barrier there, just a little bit. He meant this anxious Amarotine mentions losing control. They lose control of their creation magics. So it's possible that the subconscious stuff is what came as a consequence of the Lavos. In other words, the why, not just the what. Anyways, 'tis only a matter of time until Amarot 2 resounds to that discordant squall. You should stay with your loved ones, child. Stay with them. Also true, Rex. This is a bit of a society of concepts in a setting in which conceptual magic has been long since proven. Primals. Oh, and that's the other fascinating thing about this. The idea of people having this level of advancement to be able to just kind of craft things out of the air isn't a brand new idea. This isn't actually a twist if you're paying attention. It's more like a expanding of a previously existed idea because we've seen this happen the first time we saw Ifrit. Because that's what that is. It's a crude, harsh, kind of just clunk, clunk manner of doing it, but it is a way of doing it. This is just the same concept, extraordinarily more advanced. Please let me know if you have any other questions about the Bureau of the Architect and what we do here, little one. I am here to help. I don't even know how many pluses to give this, by the way. You can tell by my gushing that I've been wanting to talk about this for a minute. Did you want to ask me about my latest concept again? The autonomous figures I told you before? They are utterly without feeling or fear and will without hesitation or objection carry out their master's orders regardless of injury or death. Truly magnificent, wouldn't you agree? What they're describing there is called a golem. An audience with Emmett Selk. I'm afraid you're in the wrong office, little one, and besides, he'd be far too busy to offer the questions of curious children. Surely you've been told of the looming catastrophe. Every resource available to the Convocation must be spent on ensuring the world survives. They've yet to make an official announcement, but it said the 14 are moving forward with a plan of scarce credible proportions, one which promises to grant will to the very planet itself. They will invoke our mightiest spells of creation to birth an entity of all-encompassing magnificence, and then they will rewrite the laws of existence. 'Tis a huge undertaking, and it must be completed ere the corruption spreads far. Thus I say to you again, do not hold out hope for an audience. It does. There's so many points in time. I've been doing tiny little hints that I'm sure some of you have been catching, like the crafting quest thing I mentioned earlier. But I've been pretty good about this one. I've kept my mouth slammed shut on this. Oh, it's you, little one. Come to the Bureau of Architect to track down another concept, have we? As you like, but I do worry you will struggle to utilize even the simplest of concepts, considering your rather limited creative potential. Ah, it's okay. I'll figure it out. Wait a second. And yeah, this is the part of the map I've been hiding. Look at how large that is compared to the rest of the zone. This is not a small city. Time was spent, real-life time by people, was spent in building this place. And yeah, saying nothing is approved. And by approved, I mean, appreciated. God, I can't talk. As I've mentioned several times before, I am unfortunately really, really good at figuring stuff out. And so if I mention something and someone says smile, then it's like, oh, yeah, no. I will probably put that together very quickly. How may I help you, little one? Do you wish to peruse the transcripts of the great debates, or would you like to reserve a room for discussion? They have... You can rent rooms to debate people. What is this, Monty Python? I have high expectations of you, my little debater. If you ever wish to hone your skills with a spirited conversation or two, I would be overjoyed to engage you. Can you imagine debate being a thing that you do just for fun? Because I can. Now, obviously, I feel that in real life. But this was a very common thing back in the day. For millennia. To my knowledge, we have records going far back as pre-Roman era that people would just have fun by sitting and talking and debating. And it actually turned into a frickin' sport by the time Greece started propping up on the map. It would seem the hall is host to a most precocious visitor this day. And what, pray tell, is the subject of our discussion, young one? Nowadays we have No. Ah, the convocation and their handling of the coming peril. 'Tis only natural you would have questions. Shall we begin with the members themselves? As you know, the 14 are the wisest, most puissant among us. They are stewards of order, responsible for decisions, which keeps the planet turning season after season. Yes, I did, Zactaft. Be it the speaker La Habrea or the emissary Elidibus, each seat is occupied by an elected sage of surpassing intellect. As a fresh reminder, these are titles, not names. Logriff, Mitron, Emetselk, the individual titles have, as a gesture of their respect and a matter of tradition, become synonymous with their incumbents. Thus, it is with great incredulity that I greet this recent rumor that a seat in the convocation is soon to be left vacant. If proven true, 'twould be an unprecedented development and testament to the immense pressure under which our saviors are toiling. In any event, I for one am confident they shall deliver our planet unto salvation. And lo, they did not. I mean, I brought the Steam Ultimate Edition for like $5, Trihexion, and that's my advice on that one. Wait for a Steam sale. Pick it up. Bam. Done. Well, that was an experience. I was never very fond of being treated like a child, but it did make asking questions less suspicious. Yeah, I think I could say that Dragon Age Ultimate is worth $5. I think I could say that. Lore. If I was not certain before than I am now, the people of the city believe they face the end of the world. I cannot imagine what purpose compelled Emetselk to recreate this ancient Amarant. That's because you don't have a home, Alphino, just like me. And yet I fancy I hear his words to us echoing throughout this ocean trench. He would have his story known. We can compare notes on the other's return. Hopefully our next move will be clear. It seem our conversations are much alike. Looming disaster, creation of magic running rampant, convocations, efforts to bring salvation out of chaos. I suppose there is little else in the time in which these events came to pass. Urian J, if I may, what are your thoughts on the ancients' art of creation? A fascinating discipline indeed. Aught the mind can conceive may be rendered in reality. All that's required is a clear concept upon which to focus one's will. 'Tis not dissimilar to the primal rites taught by the Ascians, wherein the ritual ceremony breatheth life into figments of myth and legend. I see we arrived at the same conclusion, then. The people who lived in the age before the Sundering were blessed with vast reserves of mana. Yeah, you think our battery is huge. Emmet Selk is maintaining all this right now. No matter how draining these creation magics must be, it seems they paid the cost with not more than a fraction of the ether which was within their own bodies. This is also probably partially why they're so huge. If we were to attempt the same, such spells would soon deplete our energies and then seek to draw the balance from elsewhere, from a hoard of crystals, mayhap, or the very land itself. Thus, when this art of creation is placed into our hands, it became in effect a means for destruction. Interesting matter which no doubt bears further study, but despite all these revelations, we're no closer to finding Emmet Selk. Has anyone learned aught of what might lead us to his location? Not directly, mayhap, but from what I've heard, it seems this convocation of 14 is sequestered in the nearby Capitol building. Yeah, we went to see for ourselves, but the attendant wouldn't let us through without a writ of permission. So we tried to luck at the Bureau of the Administrator where we could get permission, but the clerk said he couldn't help us since our names weren't in the registry. And that was where we gave up. I wonder, the Lord, could you be eligible for one of these writs? The voice in the lift seemed to know who you were. It might be your name is registered at the bureaus as well. Worth a look, I'd say. Meanwhile, I'll head back to the capital and search for a less official point of entry, just in case. Pray allow me to accompany thee on thy reconnaissance. An arcane perspective may prove useful. Okay. I think I'd like to speak more with these ancients. Maybe they know something that could help cure Lor's condition. A surprisingly good idea. That's not the first time Reen has had an excellent idea, by the way. Would you mind coming with me? Of course, yeah. Lead the way. Then Y'shtola and I will busy ourselves with further exploration. So we part ways once more. This time let us reconvene in front of the capital. I actually agree with that, Rax. But it's one of those interesting concepts. Let's assume for a moment that Rax, right now, was to go ahead and design my computer. And, okay, that's a bad example. His computer, okay? And then, okay, this is a terrible example. I can't analogize this. I've seen in fiction before the concept of when a recreation of something is so well patterned off the original that it is able to emulate things it was not designed to do. Do note I'm not saying that I think that, you know, it is an identity thing. It's not the same as the original. What I mean by that is that it's entirely possible that in designing this place, it had the ability to detect people's souls, because that's what the original thing had the ability to do. Oh, okay, whatever. Oh, it's a vendor, that's why. Well, we'll not talk to them. We'll talk to you instead. Visitor's writ? Yes, I can assist you. Full name, please. Lore Runner. Please wait at the counter while I confirm your details. Yeah, sure. Now, you might say, what does the ability to do what it wasn't intended to do have relevance here? We are 8/14ths of a person. And, well, I thought it was here. My bad. It'll come up in a minute. Your residency was approved by Emmet Selk himself. Further forms of identification are not required. Here's your application documents. Submit them at the Bureau of the Secretariat, and the clerk will issue a visitor's writ. Now, this little tidbit here, with us being personally approved, was probably something that Emmet Selk deliberately did. But the lift... Now, I don't know if there's anything that's been officially confirmed or denied by the point at which I'm at in the story. But... But, yeah, we'll talk about that in a minute. Oh, this way. Listen, what we need to do, Alex, is murder all those people, okay? Then... Ah, this is the area, because, yep, right there. Next, please. An application document requesting permission to enter the capital as a sanctioned visitor. Visiting the capital, are we? Please take a seat. Your name will be called once your application has been processed. This is why I mentioned the 8/14ths of a person thing. Right here. I'm debating, Rax. How many people are on right now? Do we have 8 people on right now? I honestly didn't think this would be going this quickly. May I? You, I think, are from a time beyond ours. Have you followed in the wake of Emmett Silk? No cause for alarm. I am simply a shade. Here and not here. I only know my name is Hythlodius, and this city is a recreation, a phantom moment, plucked from the well of history. These others seem unaware of their pale existence, but I wonder if Emmett Selk's mind was distracted when it came to my reconstitution. A stray thought could have been enough. Hythlodius will realize the truth, for example. We were close friends once, you see. Yet in spite of my perception, I play the same role as the rest. A bit part meant to bring color and noise to this well-crafted stage. Too much scrutiny and we shall burst like the fragile bubbles we are. Thus I tell you again, my presence is not concerned to you. I only wish to share your company whilst we wait. And by the way, this is exactly what I was referencing earlier. You have unintentionally crafted something to do what it wasn't really intended to do. And of course, Emmett Selk would do this to his one dear friend. If you've come this far, you know of the catastrophe which awaits us on our morrow. The final days. What began as an isolated incident soon swelled into a world-spanning threat. The Convocation of 14, well, it was 13 at the time, endeavored to create a will for our star. They would repair the fundamental laws of order and halt the spread of destruction. But creation on such scale required an immense source of power. Of those of us who still live, nearly half offered up their lives in the name of salvation. Remember how much ether they have within them? And from their sacrifice, Zodiark was born. Just as we hoped, he reached forth and halted the march of oblivion. Yet, oh how the planet had suffered. So many species lost, the land blighted, water poisoned, the wind had ceased to blow. Final Fantasy reference. Once more did our people give themselves to Zodiark, another half of our race sacrificed to cleanse the world, to ensure trees and grass and myriad tiny lives would sprout and grow and flourish. All that ether pulled back into the world to restabilize it. Oh, and by the way, that's another bit of the tipping point thing. The whole final days element, which we'll talk more about in a minute. The cycle of life had begun anew, and we reconsidered the means by which we might protect it. The Convocation decided thus. We would nurture our world until it was bursting with vitality. Then, when the time was right, we would offer some portion of its living energy to Zodiark. In return, he would restore to us those brethren whose souls had fed his strength, and together we would resume our role as stewards. There were, however, those who disagreed with this plan. They argued that enough had been sacrificed to Zodiark, and the new world should belong to the lives newly born. A fascinating debate, if you think about it. These dissidents surrendered their life energies in the creation of Hydaelyn, an incarnation of their opposing belief. And for the first time in history, our people stood divided. Know you then how this conflict ended? Yeah, we do. I thought you might. Selk has ever been a champion for the will of Zodiark. The original plan may have been set back by millennia, but he will not have abandoned his course. He will pay the price for our return, whatever means is necessary. And though he may carry himself with a certain glib ease, he is not a man to bear his burdens lightly. In fact, I imagine they have only grown heavier with each passing century, something I've been talking about since he first showed up on camera. It is a terrible weight he has chosen to carry. Lore Runner. That's how you pronounce my name. It seems your turn has come. Pray, do not let me keep you. Thank you for the company, Hitlandios. Ah, one last thing. You walk with another at your side, yes? Nay, I see no definite form, just the faintest suggestion of a second soul. I doubt it's visible to anyone but me. Otherwise, I assume only you can see and hear this ethereal companion. Your connection is hardly a coincidence. In our time, the two of you were one. The color of your souls tells the tale. A hue that distinctive cannot be mistaken, no matter how thin the soul is spread. Oh, we all theorized about this for forever, by the way, but this just confirms what we've already thought. Ardbert and us were from the same person. We're the equivalent. However you want to phrase that. He is the us of the first, and vice versa. This is just the kind of fate I would expect for one such as he. Surely Emet has recognized a hint of him in you. Lord Runner. Fare you well, my new old friend. May you find what it is you seek. Tick-tock. Your visitor's writ, as requested. When you wish to gain admittance to the capital, simply present the document to the attendant within. Hurry a little bit. Try and speed up some of the filler here so we can get to the dungeon. It really does, Jorian. I'm going to roll the dice right now for Amarant. If anybody wants to join, give me a number, 1 through 100. Let's set this up. Let's do this. It's going to work out a lot better anyways. Start doing side stuff on Tuesday. I'm also going to need 8 people for immediately after Amarant. Whoa! Overshot. Ah, lore. Yeah, what's up? Any luck, Reen? Any luck, Reen? No? Okay. Ystola and I have just returned from an institution they call the Academia Aniter. It's a dungeon we'll be doing later. Ah, good, you're here. Everyone seems to be present and accounted for. That's a person. Master Thancred can best describe our chances for infiltrating the capital. I only hope thine efforts to secure permissions were successful. So, I don't know if they actually confirm or deny who we were. A very strong theory I've heard a lot of is that we were actually Hythe, the guy we were just talking to. We're pieces of him, or them, or however you want to think of that. That being stated, I think that one way or another, Emmett Selk absolutely recognizes us. That we are someone we are pieces of someone he recognized. I'd say that's pretty much 100%. It's just I'm not sure of the specifics. Finally, I was about to mount a rescue. Yeah, sorry, we were a little busy. Looks like we're gonna have Mr. Red, Blade Torval, and Alex for this one. I see my instincts were correct. I think so too, Alex, but Hythe would have not necessarily said it. Nevertheless, I happen to agree that I don't think we're Hythe. But again, that's neither here nor there. Anyways, I have played up to 5.3 Armed Devil. Precisely and exactly. I am literally on the quest to start 5.4. Good thing, Orianji and I are weighing our chances of breaking in, and an official entrance is a far more attractive option. They don't have guards, everything is warded. I'm just going to skip through this a little bit quickly. We didn't try everything, but, you know, we've got more conserving matters. These ancients didn't exist beyond today. They'll happily tell their own tales, but whenever we attempt to explain the situation, the conversation becomes muddled. There's the VI thing. What have you, Lore? Was aught worthy of interest said during the conversation to obtain a writ? Yeah. Explain, explain, explain. It means no mentioning, Armed Devil. It's kind of a running gag, but that is what it means. No mentioning, which should be self-explanatory. A great sacrifice of life in exchange for brethren's resurrection. You say that all the Ascian scheming has been leading to this? All this time, but they've still wanted to reenact the plan, then things won't end with the rejoining. I thought we knew their intentions in full. Restore the world to its former glory and in turn empower Zodiark. That was merely a step on the way. I hesitate to put into words, but we have to assume that following the rejoining, the Ascians mean to draw on the life of the source to make their sacrifice to Zodiark. That does seem a likely scenario. Perhaps those who ally with the Ascians will be spared that fate, but what value is there in surviving when all history will be erased? Yeah, no, this is pretty terrible. We need to find him, Lore. And when we do, make your mark. Change the course of history in a way that's been felt by those who came before. I will say this. I say I'm pretty good about putting things together. There's a question I've been debating asking, which you have answered by mere virtue of what you're saying in chat right now. I'll go ahead and tell you the question. Don't respond to it. The question has been, will they ever come back and follow through with more revelations and explanations of Amarat and the nature of who we are relative to all that? It's been a question that's been bouncing around my mind since I first streamed this years ago. And you might wonder, well, of course they're going to return to that. Not necessarily. It is not uncommon for any MMO, even FF14, to decide that a particular story thread is abandoned. Cough, cough, Boja. So he created an entire city. We'll take everything we have to defeat him, even if we can. And if you push that hard in your current state, the light will break free. Yeah, they could just leave this as a one-off. It is nice to know they don't, but please stop. Listen, all I'm saying, Valvedrick, when was that stream? Could someone look up when that stream was, please? Yeah, no, FF does have a problem with bringing up something that's really cool and then moving on. FF8 in particular, for example, is a really bad one. Urianje glances your way, his hesitation hesitant. You see the struggle as he agonizes over the words he wishes to say. September? So that's, that is 2.5 years ago. Wow. I have been sitting on this for 2.5 years. Thancred stares quietly into the distance. He seems calm and assured, his easy stance born of confidence rather than false bravado. Reen appears to be brooding over her choices, her faintly trembling hands betraying her mounting trepidation. Y'shtola meets your gaze with a strained smile. You seem to recall her wearing the self-same expression when speaking with Lys and Runar. Alphino is lost in thought, eyes downcast. There is, however, no sign of the self-doubt which once assailed him at the falling snows. Ooh. Shadowbringers. Is this it? This is it. This is it. Alright, hang on. I'm still of the same mind now that I was then. I will not abandon you. You don't abandon me. We together make a difference in this fight. In many ways, Alize and us have been circling around each other since the end of Stormblood, so that makes a lot of sense that this is going to be between her and us, more so than anyone else. Okay, who did I just say it was? Mr. Red. Got the number right there, yep. Blade Terval, which I don't remember who you are, and Alex. Nice, thank you. Nice, sorry. And Alex, whose name is Alex. It's ridiculous. Like, actually having an understandable name, it's incredible. Alright. Can one of you heal? If not, I can do it. Vothri spoke of the disaster we'd bring on our heads. I'm going to reserve Rax a slot for the last raid, if that's okay, as a thank you. Imagine how he would sneer at what's to become of the first, not to mention your perilous predicament. And yet, who can deny the fire your deeds have ignited in people's hearts? You achieved what my logic and ideals never could. Uniting disparate peoples under the banner of hope and common purpose. Without you, that giant talos would have never raised its head. I have borne witness to many such miracles at your side and will do so again. This is but another obstacle on the road. So come, let's travel it. Drag me down through wonder and danger as you are wont to do. I shall ever endeavor not to slow you down. As thou well knowest, if we are to usher Emet-Selch unto his rest, we must needs bind his Ascian soul and then shatter it with overwhelming force. Hey, we have that white Arasite with us, which we've had since the beginning. The future whence our noble friend doth hail is a world fallen to Ascian artifice, and we would not see grim history repeated. In a sense, Emet-Selch's destruction will be the culmination of the Exarch's efforts, a reward for all he hath endured many, many long years. Yet even as thou stridest into the jaw of peril, forget not that his fondest wish, and many others beside, is to see thee survive unto the morrow. 'Tis in pursuit of happiness that outcomes that I pledge remain at thy side. Our time in the First was a never-ending succession of trials, as arduous as our path in the Source ever was. Yet through all our journeys together through deep and foreboding wood, you have helped me stay true to my convictions. Thus would I return the favor. Do as your heart decrees without hesitation or regret, and that is all I will say on the matter. Well, this has put everyone in a solemn mood, hasn't it? Honestly, we're not even sure this will be the end of it. But I suppose we should speak our minds when we have the opportunity. You taught me that much in Amarang. So forgive me this moment of sentiment, Lore. By dragging me into this sorry mess, you've given me the chance to think and act as I should have, for Reen's sake. Words cannot express how much this has changed my life, or how grateful I am for your support. So I shall express my gratitude through action instead. No matter where you go, I will be there, guarding your back. When Menphilia entrusted me with her power, she warned me no matter how strong you become, you can still fall victim to despair. You can still feel powerless. And she was right. After you collapsed on Mount Gold, my hands wouldn't stop shaking. If I made a mistake, if I failed to bind the light within you, I was terrified you would die. Worse than die. Even now, you could be moments from turning, and I wouldn't know how to save you. You, Thancred, the others, you've all been there when I needed help. Menphilia surrendered her life to me. Her legacy. I should be ready to do the same for you, and I want to. I'm not good enough. She told me to follow your example, and I've really tried. Then you shouldn't hang your head. It's okay. It's okay, kiddo. I shouldn't? Okay, I wasn't expecting that to hit me. Fate can be cruel, but a smile better suits a hero. I'm not sure I... Actually, never mind. I think I'll understand better if I try it myself. No, nothing will come of brooding and self-pity. I've made my decision, and I'm going with you. I did this 2.5 years ago, and it still hits now. Welcome to the capital. All visitors must be present and... Yeah, let's do this. Your documents are in order. You may proceed. Any guests you may choose to bring with you must remain in your vicinity at all times.
This really is unacceptable. I gave you very specific instructions.
Emmet Selk.
My invitation was for an abomination, ripe with the power to bring about the world's annihilation. Not this half-broken thing. What? And I see you insist on keeping the same familiar company. Are you so lost without them?
It is not he who is lost without the familiar. Not content with remaking an entire city, you aim to fill it with the reconstituted souls of the dead.
I may have gotten a little carried away in my attention to detail, added a few unnecessary flourishes.
All I said was, ouch, in response to Y'shtola's comment.
Well, there's no point trying to hide it. Yes. Once the rejoining of worlds is complete, Zodiac will regain his full strength and shatter his prison. Then we shall offer up the Source's remaining inhabitants in sacrifice, that we might resurrect our brethren who died to bring Zodiac into existence.
I should probably mention that, as of my knowledge, we're not even sure if that's possible. Considering that resurrection kind of isn't a thing, and there's the life stream and the souls, and let's just say that there's a nice big murky mess and move on.
But what was it that you came here to do exactly?
Die fighting.
Well, you can't have him. The wisdom that man guards may open up new worlds of possibilities. He has unlocked the secrets of travel across the rift, and through time as well, it would seem. Quite an accomplishment for one of his incomplete nature.
No, exactly, Loke. I mentioned the fact that it might not be possible because of the fact that it emphasizes how desperate they are. We've seen this story how many times? I'll give you a recent example. The snake ladies. Oh my god, my daughter's dead. Summon up a primal, please bring my daughter back. Now, she didn't, of course. She couldn't. But isn't that such an extraordinarily understandable thing? I mean, hell, how many stories going back millennia have been about the idea of, please, demon, angel, creature, fae, whatever, please bring back my loved ones that have passed. It may not be possible, but do you think they really care?
I must explore the limits of his capabilities and harness that power for the Ardor. Even now, after everything, you refuse to see reason. You think it unfair that you are subject to suffering? That your lives will be sacrificed for the Ancients? Look at me! I have lived 1,000 of your lives. I have broken bread with you. Fought with you, grown ill, grown old, sired children, and yes, welcomed death's sweet embrace. For eons have I measured your worth and found you wanting. Too weak and feeble-minded to serve as stewards of any star. Have your recent spats with Vorthri and his Sin Eaters taught you nothing? Have you not learned that your ignorance and frailty beget only endless misery? How long do you mean to perpetuate this farce? How much more must I endure your bumbling interference? Let us imagine that the laws of reality are again undone and the world faces true annihilation. Do you honestly believe that half your number would sacrifice themselves to save the other?
That is probably one of the best questions he asked of this entire work.
Of course they wouldn't! And if you had witnessed history unfold as I have, you would reach the same conclusion. You cannot be entrusted with our legacy. I will bring back our brethren, our friends, our loved ones. The world belongs to us and us alone.
Emmet Selk!
Alphinaud does something interesting here.
We understand, truly, but it makes no difference. The ones you love are in the past, while ours are here in the present.
Legacy.
One day, we too will be ashes and dust, but not today. Our time is not yet finished. We share your conviction, and that is why we will not abandon our course.
You think us the same? You think your tattered soul of equal worth to those I lost? Then come. Earn your place. Prove yourselves worthy to inherit this star.
I have a pet theory about this. Don't let me forget to share it. You probably do know my theory.
The coming oblivion. 'Twas the end of our era and the beginning of our great work. A fitting backdrop for your final judgment.
It would hurt me, Alex.
I shall wait within, but do not spend too much time on your preparations. There's no telling how much longer the guest of honor will last.
I'll say this. Have you ever wanted a thing to be true, but were incapable of accepting it as true? Because I actually understand that feeling personally, but I'm not sure how many other people do. Oh, thank you, Goo Pudding. Since we're going into something hot, I think I'll have the cookies. This, by the way, this dungeon's getting 2 positives to story. I'm just letting you know right now. I'm not sure how it'll be on the gameplay axis. So where is it? I'm staring right at it. I can't see it. There it is. See y'all in a bit when we do the raid immediately after this. Yeah, you remember how I mentioned how, what's the name of the damn place? The Gimlet Dark was kind of a prototype for the Shadowbringer dungeons. This was one of the dungeons I was thinking of. It's very linear, but it's almost entirely focused on telling the tale and having some cool boss fights. This... it kind of is Scion, and just it's so horrifying the way they do it.
Final days of Amarant.
Let's do it. And done for the night. No, yeah, we're pushing. I'm already kind of committed to this. Tomorrow's a Sunday, which will work out. Because I don't start until late on Sunday. This is gonna...
fabric of our star began to fray, and the unchecked energies of creation begat malformed beasts.
It's got a good voice actor doing narration of the final days with a brilliant song. Amazing visuals. Visual storytelling. It's also mean. I've died in this dungeon before on, I think that was Expert Roulette. I'm not sure which one it was, but I've gotten this on Pugs, and it... I'm trying to get a better shot. It's hard to play at this level, but you can see more of what's going on in the background if I keep the camera down here. By the way, more ads spawn based on kills. I actually mentioned this earlier. The WoW method of trash spawning. And there's something weirdly uplifting about this music, which is insane to think about. But it makes so much sense in my mind. I don't know how else to explain it. I'll figure it out as soon as these things are dead. And, you know, 20% of the DPS or 30 or whatever. I don't know. I actually closed it, so I don't know. Okay. Going into first-person mode. What am I looking at? Other than... oh, you're talking about that nonsense, aren't you? Saw the first meteor over there. Falling star, I suppose, would be a better phrase. Where am I going? Yeah, I don't blame you. Like I said, I've wiped in this place more than once. This place is mean. Sorry. Terminus Pursuer, Terminus Crier, Terminus Sprinter, Terminus Stalker. mean, the bombs are technically an FF reference, but otherwise not that I'm aware of. Oh yeah, the dying gasp. It's gonna take us a minute.
Gives rise to primates. Our dread made manifest our deepest fears.
The first beast. I'm gonna show off something. Thus did the first doom befall us. I'm gonna show off something in just a second. Yeah, just it's mouths and spikes and scales and claws. I was gonna show up the map after B, but okay, sure. So, and lo, vile beasts did rise, leaving naught in their wake but blood and ash, and thus did the first doom befall us. How often do you see a map used as a narrative tool? He looks like a nightmare, which is appropriate, because that's exactly what he should look like. That's what it is. Its attacks are just... It's casting the final sky right now, for God's sakes. Yeah, exactly. Like, how often are maps used as a storytelling tool? It's not a common occurrence. By the way, the damage that's happening there, that's actually that building falling over in the background. In case you missed that. Yeah, you notice the boss... They really threw themselves into this particular dungeon, and I love it. This out, and then this. A little greedy. Put it over here into the corner. To happen, but whatever, we can make it work. And there's just debris. There's just debris. Oh, there's a lot to be sorry. There's a lot to keep track of in these fights. Please forgive me for my failing commentary here. Also trying to do a lot of damage because, you know, that's for sure. Yeah, wasn't I being an astrologian the last time we did this? I might have been tanking. I actually don't remember. I wasn't deep sync, I know that. I had it deep at this long. Yeah, this was fun to heal. What is this? Guild Wars 2 boss? Jesus Christ. And yet even its defeat did not halt the march of oblivion. They've played with the terrain shaping around you as you go in dungeons, or excuse me, in raids before. But I believe this is the first time they've really gone full tilt with a dungeon, with the possible exception of the Gimlet Dark. Oh yeah, the weather is termination. Sorry, I meant to point that out earlier. A lot more of the falling stars in the distance. Sorry, it's really hard to show this off while doing. Yeah, they did Mount Gould too. Too many telegraphs. Oh god. Okay. Yeah, I noticed that, USN Corp. You'll also notice most of the enemies are getting more horrific the further in we go. Early on, it was stuff that was just kind of like, you know, whatever. Constructs or...
The city's burned. The waters ran red with blood.
And now it's getting a little bit more nightmarish the more we go in. By the way, there was another one of those things out there in the distance, way up there. You can see it. Just kind of destroying stuff wantonly. This is the end of the vanilla MSQ, Ross. So yes. Yeah, the Reaper Beam thing. I'm sure you noticed that. Yeah, this is the final dungeon, and once again going back to that whole concept of this being more of an FF than the previous expansions, this actually feels like the final dungeon. Whereas, frankly, most of the previous ones kind of didn't. I mean, it's not like they were bad, but you know what I mean? I don't know, maybe I'm biased because it's actually a good final dungeon. I could be wrong. These mobs, my god. Yeah, Praetorium's Praetorium, which is why I was just kind of like, on that one. We had Alamigo. I remember in Heaven's... Oh, no, we had the Alagon facility in Heaven's Sword, which I can't think of the name of. Yeah, the Aetherochemical Research Facility, that's the one. I don't know, maybe I was just more invested by this point. This is a damn good dungeon. Speaking of which, hang on real quick. So that was the first doom. It would, however, not prove the last, for soon the sun bent low, scorching earth and boiling seas. Thus did the second doom break us. Oh yeah, the trash design here, frankly, and I don't mean this as an insult really, but frankly, trash design is usually not FF14's strong suit. It's very rare they actually have good trash design, in my opinion. This dungeon is an exception, one of the exceptions. Red, drag that in. Don't drag it out. Meanwhile, more monsters. Just wave after wave after wave of creatures running completely out of control of the subconscious of the people who unintentionally crafted them. Can you even imagine? Can you even imagine what depravities would exist if this were to happen in real life? Ironically, I think the answer is no. I don't think you can. That's a good thing. As if feeding upon the horror, the beast bloats, and shivers, and erupts.
Yet this was far from the worst of it. Come, and I will show you. Just a little further.
So this...
And you will see the end of a world.
This is all I don't know what to add to this. I don't know what to add to this. Look at it. Some may recognize this is actually the spot where I grabbed my portrait from. And there's that monstrosity. What to call that thing? Yeah, this dungeon is so good. I'm gonna have to think about how many pluses to give what and where. Not, is this a positive dungeon? And we even have a system in place for that. It's just deciding the specifics in this case is something I'm going to have to debate. Damn it. Ugh. Masks on top of claws and nostrils. It's just catastrophe. Gotta have a catastrophe in here. Realize I'm doing this without a level 80 ability. Sorry. That hurt a little bit. Yeah. The really funny, horrible thing about all this is that what is happening here is essentially beyond comprehension. I know we toss around that phrase a lot, but there's just an inherent truth to human psychology that certain senses of scale are things we cannot personally comprehend.
We saw we had to weave its laws anew.
even the equivalent of this was happening in real life, I frankly think we couldn't comprehend this. Never mind what's happening to them, since they live in a world where reality is determined by thought and magic. It's actually funny how often end-of-the-world stories are, given how difficult it is to truly process. Goodness, yeah, that's a lot of crap. Oh, they have Braglin. But what's really funny is there's plenty of evidence, historically speaking, that people had no idea how to comprehend what was happening around them. And if we're being honest, what was happening to them was small potatoes, relatively speaking. I mean, Bronze Age collapse? We've had worse incidents than that in real life. The modern age.
But between us and our goal loomed a final misbegotten fiend.
Yeah, this thing. The chthonic riddle, Therian. Just ruin made manifest. Oh, and of course, lest you thought I forgot. It was neither claw nor flame, but our very sins, stacked to the heavens where they took root, corrupting to its halls. And thus did the third doom undo us. I actually appreciate that it's not just some gross thing like most fiction would do, because that's not this. That's not horror given form. That's just a Resident Evil critter. This is something just indescribable. Yes, please do so, Rex. Please do it. This looks like someone's fever dream. Which it probably was. Yep, okay. Memory worked. Good to know. Yeah, it's got shamrocks on it, for God's sakes. This is the thing, in the truest sense of the word. Yes, if you want to participate, I'll say this out loud if you're not paying attention to chat. Well, that I stood right in. I'll give you the standing, because I didn't know this was a potential. Sorry, Alex. If you would like to participate in the raid that's coming right after this, I was a little off-center. It's a good time to say your guess for the 1 through 100 number in chat right now. Alex's is 50, by the way. Mr. Reds is 87. Yeah, notice the concept of the pseudo-soft enrage here, instead of just having a timer or a bar filling. Hello. Yeah, it's kind of a demon wall encounter, actually, which is messed up in its own right. There. God damn it. Rex, I'm gonna pop this. If I can. There we go. Good job. Sorry, I was concentrating to try and really push, because... yeah, that guy's got a lot of fun little interlocking stuff. Yeah, no celebration. We're not done yet. I'll type up my thoughts on positives for that later.
Well, well, you prevailed.
Oh, I know, Alex.
Nevertheless...
Your performance was underwhelming, and I remain unconvinced of your worthiness. Oh, you tower of your misbegotten ilk, no doubt. But should I bring my full strength to bear, well, you would be as leaves in the wind. The gulf between us is a reflection of the disparity between the world as it was and what it has become.
Our worlds may not live up to your lofty standards, but they are our worlds, our homes, full of life and love and hope. And we won't stand by and let you destroy them!
Alizé!
You are a mistake. For we who have known affection, the shattered source and these shards are ghastly mockeries of the true world. The ephemeral lives you exalt are pale imitations, utterly devoid of meaning.
Belittle us all you like, but we will rise again and again, and give the lie to your insults through word and deed. We define our worth, not the circumstances of our creation.
More prattle. Fool. Who are you? No one. Nothing. Once I have reclaimed my heritage, my first act will be to expunge your stain from history's weave. My world will have no need for heroes.
Still fighting the good fight.
He's casually dropping a flare on his face.
That all we hold dear is fated to fade away, but that is no reason for us to forsake it.
To take what steps we may, and thus mark the road for those who would follow. To strive for the best of all futures. Be this not also thy purpose?
Do not presume to speak of my future.
He is 100% holding back.
And you? Why waste your final moments in futile defiance? Weary wanderer, you've no fight left to fight, no life left to live.
That's in case someone thinks I forget it. That's the line from the trailer.
You see, the light will not be denied.
Surrender to your fate, and let the transformation take you.
Rise up in madness and fury. Devour the vermin infesting the land which is rightfully ours.
Ours?
Now, Reed! Now!
Fight it. You have to hold on.
If you had the strength to take another step, could you do it? Could you save our worlds? Take it. We fight as one.
9/14.
This world is not yours to end. This is our future. Our story.
No, it can't be.
That trick of the light. You are a broken husk, nothing more.
And you want so badly to be wrong, don't you?
How can you hope to stand against me alone?
We stand together!
How... I'm surprised you can stand at all.
I could not well leave matters half finished. Let expanse contract, eon become instant. Champions from beyond the rift, heed my call!
Damn you all!
One way or another, it ends today.
Very well. Let us proceed to your final judgment. The victor shall write the tale, and the vanquished become its villain.
Well, if I was to cut off right now, that'd be like the meanest thing I could possibly do.
But come, let us cast aside titles and pretense, and reveal our true faces to one another.
Yeah, unlike Needhog, who we canonically fought alone, and Xenos and Shinryu, who we canonically fought alone.
Hades, he who shall awaken our brethren from their dark slumber.
We actually do this with multiple people. I want you to think about that, because if you ever wonder why I call Emmett Sulk the single most powerful and terrifying thing we've ever fought, it's not just because of Amarok, and it's not just because of everything else. This fight, we canonically do not fight alone, and well, you'll see what I'm about to talk about. This is such a barely. I'm out of party if you have it, Rex. And I want you to think about how barely this fight is going to be. I don't know what our party setup is. I can't even see it. This is not a date. What do I need? We have a tank. I don't know tanking this fight at all. In fact, I've only done it once. Do we have a healer who can tank? Looks like we don't, actually. Because I can heal this. I have healed this before. Okay. It's gonna be interesting. 2 scholars. Yeah, double gunbreaker, double scholar. This should be fun. Nine gasp. Hades. Nothing else. No one else.
Your fault in strength, and I shall expose the lie of your fragmented existence.
A staff that's literally just a staff of Zodiark. Thank you for joining me. This should be fun. All I have to say is that this fight's rough. But I think we got this. Masks on his arms.
Darkness reigns. Bleed forward. You are unworthy. The arcane is mine to command.
Oh, you notice he's just straight up casting double? Because he can just do that. Please think about how overpowered of a spell double really is for a second. These two. Nope, not right. Not yet. My bad. Just some puppets. I mean, canonically, if you want to think about it, they're probably about 1/8 as strong as we are, give or take. You know what I mean? I suppose 1/9 at this point. Yeah, I was gonna say, the thing I'm thinking of is Phase 2. I don't know how long that's gonna take for us to reach. We gotta find to get there. By their undeniable grace, may our perfect world rise and know. Do Zach Taffel, Howard. Why would I be sad, Mr. Red? I've been looking forward to this for literally 2.5 years. I have not seen this whole sequence of events a second time, by the way. This will be attempt number 2. I haven't watched these cutscenes, fought these fights since. Impressive resilience, but it matters little. I have all eternity to break your stubborn ways. So this is what I was thinking of as Phase 2. And burn your sleeping souls, my brethren. Now things get rough.
Behold, a sorcerer of El tremble before their glory.
I think it goes without saying, but save limit breaks for the people who know how to use them.
I am
Titanomachy is the name of one of his spells, sorry. Just, wow. That's as unavoidable, too, holy crap. Honestly, I agree with that, Jorian. I personally think we know exactly what Hades can do at full tilt, because we're going to see it in the cutscene immediately following this fight. I think it is, Jorian. I think it is. If for no other reason than he's pushed that. He wasn't expecting to be.
The war was all about freedom. No. Damn you. Damn your wretched blessings.
Oh, if Emmett Selk had been on our side, oh my goodness. What could we have not done? Please save the limit break for me. Oh my god. That's my go-to-bed alarm. Now? Okay. Now it is.
Our champion must never get out of line.
He was closer to 8. Gentlemen, good frickin' job.
You have no power over me.
So we push him, and he wasn't expecting to be pushed. He just can't bring himself to give up. Not really. He wants to.
I surrender this fight. What will become of it all?
He wants to.
What will become of our dreams?
He is the only one left. But he can't. He just can't.
Enough, damn you!
By the way, I noticed they're doing lighting effects to make this look even more stark than it otherwise is. Remember that? They gave it to us at the beginning of the expansion. I want you to really pay attention here. We've already beaten him with more power than we've ever had before. All the scions and our other reflections and ourself, while fully empowered by all that light energy, and he is still withstanding us. This, right here, is full tilt for him, I think. My opinion. This is when he truly unleashes. Just being near him is overwhelming the rest of them. This is the moment in which we are a Death Star. And even we couldn't do that alone. No slouch. No mask.
Remember. Remember us. Remember that we once lived.
And he stops. And we always will. 2.5 years later, and I haven't forgotten. And I never will.
It's over. Emet-Selch is no more.
More importantly, how do you fare?
What dost thou see?
His ether. It is as it used to be. As a disciple of Zodiac, the Ascian was the darkness to your light. I can but assume that when you set your strength against his, the light within you was spent.
No, it's more than that. Under the strain of that incredible flood of ether, your soul had begun to break apart. Yet now it seems somehow restored. I tried to help you before the battle, but Emet-Selch stopped me. So, how did you... exactly what did you... Can you tell us what happened?
A good question, really. Ardbert recombining us may have made us more capable of dealing with the ether. And honestly, that's my strongest theory on the matter. But that being said, it wouldn't surprise me if Emmett Selk spent the very last of himself there, doing just a little bit of fiddling as a final farewell.
I see.
Hey, Garaha. You look like hell.
Where to start?
Get over here and give me a hug.
I believe I owe you all an apology. And you, most especially.
Hug. Hug. We hug him, canonically, right here. I'm just saying. That happens. It is good to see you awake, Garahatia.
Well, 'tis good to be awake.
Yeah, it's been a minute for us, but I imagine it's been longer for you.
So, those mad souls dove straight into the ocean over there, did they?
All I could see from here was the whale, Master Chai.
'Twas surely Alphino and those friends of his. They did something heroic, mark my words. You need only look up there for proof of that.
By the way, perfect use of this song.
As you say, my love. They're sure to be back. Any moment now. Any moment.
I don't mean to be negative, or I guess this isn't negative, I guess this is positive, but if the game actually just ended with this ending, that would actually be alright, you know?
They are coming back, aren't they? I couldn't bear the thought of...
You know, no patch content, no Endwalker, just cut to credits. After this ending, obviously.
Everything will be alright.
I agree with the 5.3 one as well, which I've seen as it happens.
There! Look! Over there! Over the beach!
I'm not sure if I'm glad it didn't end yet or not, because obviously I'm not there yet, but we'll see if I think that when we get there. I mean, I hate to keep comparing this to Legion, but this was totally the Legion expansion. And WoW's story ended with Legion. It really did.
Welcome back!
So, the parallel continues. Oh, there's stories that would be left, Alex, but that's usually how that works.
I didn't think we'd be swimming the whole way back. Heavens. Heavens. Take me.
And he's out.
Alphino! Oh, hells.
That's a very good question, Rax. I'm not sure what Endwalker's going to be yet to continue the WoW, well, the MMO historical comparisons.
Wait! Where's Urianger?
Who?
He must have fallen behind.
But shouldn't we look for him?
He'll wash up, sooner or later.
For the love of Alphino!
Welcome back, dear ones!
Hey, Phil. What's up? We did it, with your help.
And thus did salvation come to the first.
How do I hug you? What's appropriate? Help me out here. I don't know if Faye, like,
The
customs.
lamps of Amarot will fade along with Emet-Selk's enchantments, and the depths shall be as once they were.
Pat on the head, okay. And then they go pat, pat, pat. Like their whole body just up and down on the head.
Mount Gulg will one day fall, and the talos below yield to wind and rain.
Yeah, no kidding, Omega Legion.
This tale, too, will fade with time, passing into legend as the world heals and moves on.
Who, Mr. Red? Wait, Oriange! Wait, get some oxygen in those lugs. He's in the lower left corner, face down in the water. It's going. It's actually funny if you think about it. We proved Emet-Selk right and wrong at the same time.
As ether obeys the cycle, as death and decay gives way to new life,
Yeah, we did it, Arbert. For real, no reallys, long term. No partials. No band-aids.
so too do the memories we share inspire others to rise to greatness.
And his axe is clean. I can't believe of all things, that's what's getting to me. His axe is clean.
Before may lead those who walk after. Your road goes ever on, as does your story, as does your legacy.
Idealism and legacy. I told you. I didn't notice that either. Again, this is only my second time seeing all this stuff.
Such is the hero's lot, to touch the lives of countless others.
Excuse me? You're the Warrior of Darkness, aren't you? Where are you from, really? And how did you get to be so strong?
Well, I don't want to inspire you. That might lead to bad things. But, you know... just between us. Little secret. Okay, so... I think this is the credits. I'm not actually sure. Yep, okay. So, this is great and all, but my go-to-sleep alarm went off 16 minutes ago. So, let's wrap this up. I should probably also add, you're wondering how many pauses I'm going to give for that, and that's going to take me some time to think about it and type up, which I will do at some other point in time. I will not do that right now. But I am going to go ahead and talk to these people because I don't want to lose the state. The ending to this tale hath been a joyous one indeed. Myriad were the lessons learned, yet there is one of particular import. 'Tis imperative I master magics to grant my feet purchase on the water, or else I will allow it the sea to part at will. I must needs visit Bismarck in due course, scrub his teeth in thanks. Mayhap the airy arrows of the fairy will might be imparted to mortal men? We'll see. I did not, actually, Armed Devil. You're right, that's awesome. People came from moms around to join the festivities, but most seem to have stumbled home by now. Even so, I dare say Norvrent will echo at the sound of clinking mugs for some while yet. Thought to indulge in a little revelry myself last night until Urianger began to list all the names of the my drunken conquests. I ended up drinking water. Water. I knew the Knights Blessed were among the revelers, aye, but the Crystarium was so crowded I thought it safe to speak my true name. Poor Runar and his ilk were gripped with panic. As you may recall, 'tis customary to not reveal one's true name to outside of family and ceremony. And when I hurried to explain that all present were like family, I was greeted with an outpouring of tears. An emotional people, the blessed. It would seem I don't know my own limits. Thought to push on till dawn, but my body had other plans. We did just fight the most powerful thing in the setting! Still, I did enjoy the carousing while it lasted. Even I need to forget my cares every now and again. What I don't need is to wake up to Alphinaud smirking at my bedside. He said my face was a rare sight while I slept. God, I wasn't trolling. It would seem the city celebrated long into the night. Not that I would know. As embarrassing as it is to admit, I woke to find myself in the infirmary, having apparently collapsed from exhaustion. My aching pride was somewhat soothed by the sight of Alize asleep in the bed next to mine. She must have been just as wary. Long has it been since I've seen her face so peaceful in repose. It was a rare tranquil morning, made unforgettable by the sight of those clear blue skies. You're right! Oh my god! I'm sorry. He's actually... Sorry. Emmett Silk is the second most powerful thing in the setting, after Ranjit. Hello, are you really well? After effects. My eyes, you seem completely healed. It really is a miracle. Speaking of happy surprises, I was amazed to see the crowd that greeted our return. Oh yeah, I should take my go-to-sleep medicine right now. It just occurred to me. I hadn't realized how many people we'd met along the way. Did you not see their smiles? Right then and there, I vowed to do whatever I could to keep that joy from fading. Yes, Ranjit is actually the last boss of Endwalker.
By your deeds has the blinding light been banished from these skies, and the Sin Eaters driven to retreat. Although our many hurts will be years in the mending, I have faith that this world and her people will one day be whole once more. With no rejoining in prospect, the Source need no longer fear the coming of an 8th umbral calamity.
Well, this one. Although, no La Habrea, no Emmett Silk, we've changed the game pretty much permanently.
And with that triumph, the future from which you came will no longer come to pass. Yet here you still stand.
9 Omega Legion. Not exaggerating.
So I wonder if that other age continues onward somehow, cut adrift from time's flow.
Nope.
Or have I simply etched myself a place upon this new block of history?
We'll talk about the time travel stuff when we do the twinning.
Either way, this is an unexpected development. As the summoner of your souls, my death was meant to release you back to your world.
Damn, it's like that.
Yet I am very much alive, and you are still stuck here in the first.
I believe I speak for us all when I say that we are happy to postpone our return if it means your life is spared. We will seek out another way.
Sorry, I'm in a good mood, Disco. I apologize. I'll go back to being a grisly misery guts.
Besides, I never had any intention of rushing home. There are people here I still need to thank, and this means I might actually have time to do so.
Yet we dare not neglect our comrades in the Source. Mistress Tataru, to name but one, will be most anxious to know how things stand with us.
A good thing I could teleport there at will in lore.
So, you'll just have to make the journey alone for the moment. Be sure and give a full report to our fellow scions, will you?
Oh, and we'd also appreciate any news you can bring us from back home.
I'll come with lots of letters.
Then I see no reason to delay. I can open the path from here.
Don't look at me like that. I've said this before and I said this again. In my headcanon, I periodically ferry letters back and forth between the two worlds to keep communication going. Nothing big, nothing fancy, just correspondence.
I imagine we each have matters demanding our attention, so let this be a farewell for us all. Send word when you've resummoned our friend. Oh, and do try to ensure he arrives within the city next time.
Of course. I shall strive for utmost accuracy. No strange forests or unplanned passengers, I promise.
I'm a little relieved, to be honest. I would have been terribly lonely if everyone had suddenly disappeared.
I mean, I can bring letters. I'm going to bring letters.
I understand that you have to go. Safe journey, warrior of darkness. I hope to see you again soon.
I like the title given earlier, Warrior of Balance. But I don't think we're quite there yet.
Just a moment while I attune the portal. Then you can be on your way. When I was a boy, many long years ago, I yearned to stand tall as the heroes of Eld. But like a fool seeking to pluck the stars from the heavens, my every attempt to reprise their deeds fell short.
Ditto, Alex.
And then one day, an all but forgotten dream from my youth stood before me in the flesh. A hero who looked at the horizon and beyond and saw I knew not what. All I knew was that I would give anything to stand at that hero's side.
And Cardboard Club.
Would that it was so easy. The glory of the heavens was ever beyond the grasp of those who never thought to reach for it. But if I have gained anything from all of this, it is the courage to stretch out my hand. Do you hear me, Grahatia? This is no time for sleeping.
Meanwhile, gotta get a little post-credits action going on here. So when last we left this situation, Xenos in someone else's body and Elidibus in Xenos' body were squaring off. I'm with him.
To the west gate. I want to know what's happening there.
I mean, yeah, Estinian's not the type to talk out loud, but he can recognize how bad this is just at a glance. Like, okay.
Same as the others, struck down with a single blow. An unfortunate day to draw guard duty. Forgive me. These were your people.
We took advantage of this slaughter to slip into the palace. 'Tis not for me to grieve them. That was the Emperor! Wait! Oh.
Yeah, this...
You Radiants!
Gaius, you've missed your part in this, I'm afraid.
Well, crap.
Identify yourself, demon!
You were hoping for the Ascian? The Craven shed this skin and fled, rather than face me. A pity. I was looking forward to crossing blades with myself. But I cannot deny the feeling of satisfaction. Body and soul reunited at last.
What now? The game continues, but the pieces have changed.
And if we're being completely honest, this is a bit of a sea change. A lot of history is going to tilt on this.
Only if we trust in a paragon's words. A mistake I do not intend to repeat. Gaius!
He speaks the truth. Elidibus is gone. Tore a hole into the rift. Xenos, my foolish, greedy son. Was a second life not enough? Was the Empire too rich a prize to ignore?
You understand nothing about your son, do you?
True freedom for our nation, our people, will never be won by a spoiled princeling. The burden of this throne is beyond you.
Tis you, father, who have struggled with this burden. Simply holding the Empire together has occupied your limited faculties. But you may take comfort in knowing that I have no intention of pursuing your tedious agenda. Nor am I interested in ruling over the Empire's lands. I came only to remove that which ruins my sport. I will not have my prey stolen by your petty wars and cowardly weapons.
You would kill me just for that.
Yep.
I need no other reason. Any and all who interfere with my hunt
will not do so twice!
Gaius, I would strongly recommend running.
I heard the Ascians speak of Zodiac, an Eidolon. Even the will of this star is but a construct of our own making. We shall gorge upon their strength, and then, my friend, Our contest shall begin anew.
Xenos!
Ugh. To be continued. Tuesday. I will say, this is still a pseudo-low run and a review. I do think they completely wasted Varys. For all intents and purposes, he only really has one cutscene. He has, you know what I mean. They really use him well in one cutscene. All the rest of the time feels like build-up for a payoff that never happened. Which makes a degree of sense, since that is canonically what was supposed to happen. Varys was supposed to be the big villain. And then, you know, that didn't happen. Jesus Christ, I'm still on Shadowbringers. How long has this one quest been? Fine. I'll go talk to Tataru. Just to end it. That's an interesting outfit. Yeah, we diverted the timeline where Varys ended the world. Successfully, I feel like adding. It's just Xenos did it, not us, which is... But, Lore, is it really you? No, I'm actually a figment of your imagination. How? When? We didn't think you'd be back for ages! Would you rather I went again? Oh, don't be daft. I just can't believe you're actually back. We heard the good news from your pixie friend, but nothing compares to seeing you in the flesh. As for the situation on this side, the Imperials are eyeing our forces from afar. Garly and Emery's are still... There's a Black Rose thing we're all terrified of, which Xenos just dealt with. I suppose we did call an old friend to help on that account. Varys released the Black Rose, Alex. Crown and I had a terrible time tracking him down, but it'll be worth it to see you look in your face when you find out who it is. Anyway, she's about to make contact with this helper of yours and confirm the latest news on the front. Would you have a rest? Yeah, sure. Ah, the Warrior of Light back where he belongs. As if nothing had happened, though you seem different. Yeah, I'm about 1/14th more than I used to be. Oh, no, of course not, Alex. I'll tell you exactly where the timeline diverged. But let's not get into that yet. Oblivion has claimed him. Why are you on the moon? Don't answer that! Emmett Selk gone, La Habrea gone. I alone remain, the last of the unbroken. Once more I am moved to reevaluate the potential of tattered souls. Ah, Xenos, never did I imagine you would overpower me so completely, possessed as I was of your body and all its uncanny strength. He's whalers on the moon, he carries a harpoon, and now that I have shared with you the truth of this world and its reflection, who can predict how events will unfold? Not I. Emissary, what a poor jest that title has become. The flow of history has been muddied, its currents wild beyond my capacity to direct them. You have wrested the advantage, Heidelin. The thieving hands of your disciples tightened their grip on our planet. The origins of the world remain hidden and its inhabitants ignorant of their broken existence, just as you as your creators desired. They celebrate the gift of imperfect life, uncaring, unknowing as we weaken and fade. But you do not imagine yourself rid of us. Though your champion has indeed proven the most egregious obstacle to our ascendance, a barbed thorn in my side, he may yet be removed and cast into the abyss. Oh, it can be done. I will keep these heroes mired in the first, and victory will be ours at last. Warriors of Darkness now, are they? Then their fate is decided. They shall meet the same end as those who came before, death at the hands of the warriors of the light. 30 go to 10. And yeah, we gotta have our hint for the raid. The Eden raid, specifically in this case. There's always one of these. There's always a hint for the next raid series. Seems you were right. There is something out there. But it would mean crossing malms and malms of infernal emptiness, which is rather unhealthy for living creatures. Oh, yeah. We were to restrict ourselves to brief forays. I don't like to imagine the effect it would have on our ether. What the hell is whirling? Oh, right. But you still want to go, don't you? We may have saved the world, but we haven't reclaimed it. Yeah, that's our next task. And you put it that way. What choice do we have? Which, of course, I'm going with you. That's what family's for, isn't it? Come, let's head back and prepare for this mad journey of yours. Thank you, Thancred. So, I should probably mention that we're actually going to do the Content Tuesday in a different order than usual. Okay? I know that sounds weird, but bear with me for a minute. Oh my god, it's Eden! Sorry, I just gave that away. Whatever, it's Eden. So, through blazing skies give way to gentle night. What hand can end the war of dark and light? Only the warrior of balance! You've completed the main snare quest. Yay, that's cool. Yep, that's cool, that's cool, that's cool, that's cool. Everything's cool, everything's super duper cool. I don't care! Now I gotta quickly move the camera in, because I don't want people to see something. Okay, we're cool, we're cool. Alright, Tuesday. Shadowbringers, MSQ. Okay, so we're doing things differently than normal, okay? Now, priority is going to be on the near raids, of all things. I know that sounds like a strange direction to start with, but the near raids don't require people. They are alliance raids, and so therefore we can do them whenever the hell we want to. And that means getting what I consider to be one of the worst aspects of the Shadowbringer patch content out of the way immediately, which is how I usually like to approach things. But what about Eden, I hear you say? I'm going to deprioritize Eden, possibly until next Friday, because I kind of want to smash all of Eden out with a fun bunch of people doing minimum eye level, because Eden is amazing. So, that's kind of the intent I'm going with that one. The weapons I am less invested in, but we'll probably push the weapons out to next weekend as well. That is to say, next Friday. Now, if we have availability some other day, we can go ahead and adjust that on the fly. It's always malleable, but that's the general concept. We're also going to do something else, too. So we're going to push near, and then we're going to do MSQ. Now, the reason we're doing this is because I want to push the MSQ up to, through, and including 5.4, specifically. Once 5.4 is done, I will have successfully unlocked everything that I need to in order to be able to start doing all the grinding I'm going to need to do off-camera, in addition to being ready to go with certain other quests, which are going to be a little bit moved around a bit, too. So, we're going straight for 5.4 on Tuesday, after we do the near stuff. It's a little bit different than our usual, but I think the unique circumstances warrant it in this case. Boja will probably be one of the last, if not the actual last things we do before we get back to 5.5, which will be, as usual, absolute dead last. I guess that's everything. As usual, there will be no lore week tomorrow. We are finishing up the first Streamination cycle for anybody who cares about that. And we will be back Tuesday. I hope you've enjoyed.